Muito bom dia, meus amigos. Sejam todos bem-vindos. Hoje, 26 de agosto de 2023, meia-noite e 25 no horário de Brasília. Já estamos então ao vivo para a cobertura especial da CREW-7 em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos aí então direto, vamos entrar ao vivo daqui a pouco, direto então do complexo de lançamento número 39A, onde vamos acompanhar então aí voo do Falcon 9 com a Dragon, Spacex, direto então da NASA aí com a nova tripulação que vai então em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Meu nome é Pessoa e vamos então acompanhar hoje aqui ao vivo então esta missão, o início desta missão. Lembrando então que o horário de lançamento está previsto para acontecer às 4h27 da manhã, no horário de Brasília, né? E o tempo então até a liberação então da cápsula Dragon, né, vai ser mais ou menos em torno aí de 13 minutos desse primeiro período de missão. E logo depois, né, no dia 27, nós vamos acompanhar então a aproximação e a chegada da cápsula Dragon na Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Nós estamos já ao vivo aqui então aí fazendo essa cobertura especial, né, onde vamos ver toda aí a trajetória, né, da saída da tripulação até a chegada então à plataforma de lançamento e o lançamento em si. Então lembrando que hoje aí nós temos aí a nova tripulação então da CREW-7, né, que tem na descrição aqui da nossa live, né? Então vamos ver então a nossa tripulação de hoje, né? A tripulação então da NASA, da SpaceX de hoje, né, da Dragon, consiste em 4 tripulantes, com a nossa comandante e astronauta da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli, astronauta da ESA, da Dinamarca, piloto da missão Andreas Mogensen, astronauta da JAXA, do Japão, especialista da missão Satoshi Furukawa, e o cosmonauta russo, da Rússia, segundo especialista da missão, o Konstantin Borisov. Então temos aí a nossa tripulação de hoje que vai ficar a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional por 6 meses. Então, lembrando que o horário de lançamento será às 4h27 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília, faltando aí menos de 4 horas para o lançamento. Nós teríamos, né, tido ontem o lançamento, né, mas com aquele problema que nós tivemos com a chegada então da cápsula da Progress lá na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, então tem prazo aí de 24 horas e também para dar tempo aí com calma, né, para que eles possam chegar lá com calma lá na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então já estamos aí, vamos entrar ao vivo daqui a pouco, então direto lá da plataforma então 39A, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos, onde então vamos acompanhar o lançamento então da Falcon 9 com a Dragon SpaceX. Lembrando então que o pouso de hoje então do Falcon 9 vai ser realizado na zona de pouso número 1. Estamos aguardando então a entrada ao vivo lá na plataforma então número 39A com as imagens daqui a pouquinho. Vamos aguardar então mais alguns instantes. Essa cobertura especial então aí com a CREW-7. Já estamos ao vivo. Lembrando que também a nossa transmissão tem um áudio original também com a transmissão. E já estamos então iniciando nesse momento a transmissão oficial junto com a NASA. Nesse momento então iniciamos aí a transmissão em conjunto com a NASA. Trinta minutos no horário de Brasília, então nesse momento já iniciando aí a transmissão em conjunto com a NASA para a missão da CREW-7, a nova tripulação indo em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos então aí ao vivo, hein? E aí, portanto, estamos ao vivo, direto do Centro Espacial Kennedy, nos Estados Unidos. Estamos aí com as imagens então da Dragon Spacex com Falcon 9, direto então da plataforma de lançamento número 39A. Então, vamos acompanhar aí toda a trajetória então da tripulação, né, da saída, desde a saída lá onde eles estão agora, né, na base ali da Centro Espacial Kennedy, né, então, até a trajetória aí da plataforma e também o lançamento. Lembrando que hoje estamos com 95% de chance de lançamento para a missão de hoje. To be conducted entirely by women, and Jessica Meir is one of those women. Lembrando então que a comandante de hoje, né, temos aí então a nossa comandante hoje, a Jasmin Moghbeli, né, então a astronauta da NASA, hoje comandante desta missão. Então tá aí eles aí, né, se preparando então para o lançamento aí, né, fazendo então a realização de todas as checagens então do traje. Vocês podem observar. E aí tá na retrospectiva, né, das outras missões aí, né.
She's with us today, and you bring a lot of experience to the table, Jessica, and we hope to learn from you not only your experience as an astronaut in space, but also in what you did during the suit up.
Tá faltando aí 3 horas e 54 minutos para o lançamento.
This view from the suit room that you're seeing now of the current crew, Anne McLean is the astronaut support person, the ASP, that's in the role for our office, just like I did back in that previous video for CREW-2. So we are part of that team of the SpaceX ninjas, helping the crews with those last preparations, getting into their suits, doing all the pressure checks, making sure that everything is proceeding nominally towards our launch. And it's nice because all of those other ninjas down there in those black suits, those are all SpaceX personnel. But the key is that we wanted to have some member from our NASA astronaut office there as well to still be supporting the crew for anything that they need. So that's why we have one NASA astronaut integrated with the team there. And as you mentioned, we actually go all the way to the launch pad as well. So at that time point, when we are down on the
Tá faltando aí 3 horas e 53 minutos para o lançamento, né? Já estamos aí com as imagens ao vivo para vocês. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento será às 4h27 da manhã no horário de Brasília, 3h27 da manhã no horário Eastern Time. Então, nesse momento, então, a tripulação se encontra aí, então, fazendo os últimos ajustes e preparativos aí dos seus trajes, né, como vocês estão vendo. Estamos, então, ao vivo aí. Lembrando, se tudo der certo hoje no lançamento, né, a chegada deles à Estação Espacial Internacional será na manhã do dia 27 de
which
agosto.
are, as
No
I'm told
domingo.
by SpaceX, these are just like the seats inside Dragon. They are molded
Então, hoje é
exactly the
sábado,
same,
26 de
and they are
agosto de
doing their suit
2023,
checkouts.
35
Yeah,
minutos
that's right. So right
no
now they
horário
are
de
in that
Brasília.
same position. It's the same seat as you just mentioned, and the key
Vamos
there is
acompanhar
that they
então
are
toda
they have
essa
an interface of an
trajetória.
umbilical line that is attached to their suit. So that is what they need to do to perform the pressure checks. So all of the gas, the air for the suit will come in through that line. They have their communications port through that line as well. So they're seated comfortably, getting ready, making sure that the integrity of their suits is all in check. You can see Jasmin Moghbeli there with her visor down.
And the suit inflated, right? 'Cause,
Exactly, yeah. So she is in the midst of her pressure check and looks to me like everything is going well. But of course we want to make sure
Então, agora
that
pelo
those
horário
suits
de
have good
Brasília, né,
integrity in the
são
event that we would
36
ever have to
minutos.
use them on
Estamos aí
board
então
the
acompanhando
vehicle.
os últimos
There's
ajustes
Andy Mogensen
aí
sitting
dos
to her
trajes
right, his visor still up.
dos
So it looks like
astronautas, né,
perhaps
que vão embarcar
his
então na
test has
cápsula
not been
Dragon da
initiated yet, and I believe
SpaceX
they do
dentro de
perform these one at a
instantes.
time. So Andy has a few minutes there just to kind of relax. You can see the Danish flag on the left of Andy's suit because he is a European Space Agency astronaut, and he's from
Lembrando que
Denmark.
hoje são 4 tripulantes, né?
Yeah,
O
one of
comandante
the,
então da
I believe the
é
first
astronauta da
astronaut from
NASA,
his country to go to space.
e é
Of course, he
a
was on the ESA Iris mission.
a Jasmin,
And we'd like
a
to
Jasmin
tell you
Moghbeli,
more
né,
about
dos Estados
these
Unidos,
astronauts, but
astronauta
first,
da
of course, I
NASA.
want to tell you
Temos o
a
piloto
lot
da
of
missão, que é o
preparations have brought
astronauta
us
da
to this
ESA,
point,
da
including the
Dinamarca,
dry dress
o
rehearsal and
Andreas
static fire of the rocket
Mogensen,
earlier this week. For those
o
of you who are
astronauta
following along,
da
you
JAXA,
also know we stood down
o
from yesterday's
japonês
launch attempt for additional
Satoshi
data reviews.
Furukawa
But for now, all
e
systems are looking
Cosmonauta da
good for
Rússia,
launch.
outro especialista na missão, o Konstantin
So we mentioned
Borisov.
Andy, the Danish astronaut. He did have a flight
Então esta é a
previously.
nova
I think you just
tripulação
mentioned that
que
in
vai
this mission. It was a 10-day
embarcar
mission
daqui a
on board
pouco.
the ISS. So this is really exciting for him because this will be his first long duration mission.
Então,
And let's
faltando
roll
3
through the
horas
astronauts right now and
e
our one
50
cosmonaut,
minutos
introduce
para o
you to the
lançamento.
crew. We'll start off with Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli. There she is. She hails from Long Island, New York.
E as imagens então
Earned a
da
bachelor's degree
Jasmin,
in aerospace
né, que é a
engineering
nossa
from
comandante
Massachusetts
de hoje da
Institute
missão.
of Technology. She also has a master's degree in aerospace engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School. Graduated with honors from the U.S. Naval Test
Ela
Pilot
que é
School and
engenheira.
as an AH-1W Super Cobra pilot and Marine Corps test pilot. She's flown more than 150 combat missions. In all, she accrued 2,000 hours of flight time in more than 25 different aircraft. At the time of her selection as
Então
an
ela tem
astronaut,
acumulados aí
Moghbeli
muitas
was
horas de
testing
voo em
H-1
diferentes
helicopters and
tipos
serving as the
de
quality assurance
aeronaves.
and avionics officer for VMX-1. She is also the proud mom of twin girls. And she goes by the call sign Jaws, right?
Yes, she does. Most people in her office do refer to her as Jaws, and those girls are extremely adorable. So I'm sure that they are getting very excited to see
E aí
their
temos
mother
imagens
lift
dela
off to
aí
space.
na sua frente, na nossa tela.
In fact, she's taking 2 stuffed dragons with her up into
Fazendo
space
então
as
seus
part of her personal
preparativos
flight kit. We'll talk a little bit more about that
finais então do
in a bit,
traje.
but each dragon for each twin girl. And now you're looking at Andreas Mogensen. This is pilot Andreas Mogensen's second trip to the space station.
Então
His
temos aí
first
o
was
nosso
as the
piloto
flight
Andreas
engineer for the
Mogensen
ESA Iris mission in 2015.
da ESA,
Mogensen has logged 9
né, que ele é o
days, 20
astronauta
hours,
então
and
da
9
ESA,
minutes in
da
space.
Dinamarca.
As Jessica mentioned, he was born in Copenhagen, Denmark, and graduated with an international baccalaureate from the Copenhagen International School, a master's degree as well in aeronautical engineering from Imperial College London, and a doctorate in aerospace engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. In 2015, Mogensen became the first Danish person, as we mentioned, to go to space and is
Portanto,
currently
temos aí a
serving as the
apresentação então
European
da
Astronaut
tripulação
Liaison Officer
para vocês.
to NASA's Johnson Space Center in
Então
Houston.
temos aí as imagens também do nosso piloto aí ao
So
vivo.
Andy actually goes by the nickname Hollish sometimes.
Hollish.
Yeah, he played rugby. He's a big rugby fan. He played rugby at UT Austin, and his crewmates gave him this nickname because of all the
Ele então que
confusion
vai fazer
among
todas as
Americans
manobras aí
between
de pilotagem
Denmark and Holland.
da Dragon.
So Hollish was the name there. You know, you have the Danish and the Dutch, so that's confusing for a lot of people. So they birthed that name Hollish.
They gave him one word.
E aí temos o nosso primeiro especialista da missão,
And now
o
you're looking at mission
japonês
specialist Satoshi Furukawa giving us a big
Satoshi
wave and a big
Furukawa
smile and the
da
thumbs up.
JAXA.
His interest in space began when he was just 5 years old and saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. He was also a fan of the Japanese TV space hero Ultra 7. His professional career, though, began as a medical doctor. It's always good to have a medical doctor on board.
Então ele é médico.
But after seeing a news report about
Então nós
Japan
temos aí médico aí a bordo,
to do science experiments on
aí
the
hoje na
ISS,
tripulação da
he decided
CREW-7.
that he would apply. And he was selected by the National Space Development Agency of Japan to be an astronaut candidate in
Core on countdown
1999.
at T-minus 3 hours and 46 minutes. Suit donning and checkouts are complete on schedule.
Então nesse momento aí já foi confirmado às 3 horas e 46 minutos. Então já estamos aí completados aí a etapa de checagem dos uniformes. Etapa então da checagem dos uniformes aí concluída com
Daryl, I
sucesso.
also hear that Satoshi is a ramen master. So perhaps he'll have some culinary expertise up on the ISS.
Estamos então acompanhando ao vivo aqui para todo o Brasil e para o mundo a missão então da CREW-7.
Variety to the food system is always appreciated. And each agency actually
Core on
Aqui vai em
countdown
direção
at
para
is in the White Room on schedule.
a Estação
They
Espacial
may have some
Internacional.
Japanese treats. I'm sure they have some Japanese treats packed away for this mission. I flew with Italian astronaut
Nós vamos
Luca
aí
Capitano,
acompanhar
so
toda a
we had an
trajetória então da
Italian meal
tripulação,
one
né,
night
da
with the entire
saída
crew. And
da
those kinds of
tripulação
things
da
are
estação
really
aí,
great
né,
for
até o
crew
lado de
morale,
fora,
bringing everybody
indo
together,
fazendo o
the entire
caminho
crew
também
on board the space
até a
station,
plataforma de
and having a
lançamento,
meal together
fazendo o
just like you
procedimento
would
de
with your
embarque
family or friends back
e
home.
o lançamento.
I hear so much about the time spent around the meals.
Né, e se tudo der certo hoje, então a chegada dele está programada para acontecer na manhã de domingo, dia 27. E nós temos também o nosso outro segundo especialista da missão, o cosmonauta russo, Konstantin Borisov. Aí o nosso segundo especialista da missão.
Master of Science in Operations Research and Systems Analyst from Warwick University in Coventry, UK, and a Master in Aircraft Life Support Systems from the Moscow Aviation Institute. He has worked for companies such as Volvo and the Boston Consulting Group. He is also an experienced freediving instructor and an international freediving judge.
You know, he even had a training session with Jaz and also her
Aí,
classmate
portanto,
Laurel
aí a
Hara, who will be
tripulação já
launching on the Soyuz
fez
in
toda a parte
September
então
and
de
joining them all
checagem
up there. He gave
dos
them a
seus
training session and
uniformes. Então aí
apparently
está
they were
ele,
pretty
o
good breath hold students.
Borisov.
So
Really?
who knows what they'll be up to up there?
That's not easy to hold your breath for, 2 minutes.
It is not, but humans are trainable, and I would say astronauts are particularly
Faltando aí 3
trainable.
horas e
So give us a
44
mission
minutos
like
para
that and
o
a few
lançamento.
techniques, and I guess they're well on their way.
Lembrando que estamos aí com 95% de chance de ocorrer o lançamento hoje, às 4h27 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília.
Jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA.
Bom dia, meu amigo Walter, seja bem-vindo.
Jessica looks forward to answering them tonight. She is a wealth of information.
You know, Daryl, we talked tonight about how this is probably the first time that we've had 4 crew members from 4 different countries, at least on a Dragon capsule. And another interesting
Core on
fact
countdown,
is that
advanced team is proceeding to open the side hatch on schedule.
none of the 4 crew members were even born in the U.S.
Né, lembrando que já foi feita então a parte de checagem dos uniformes deles, né? Estão aí tudo ok com a parte então dos uniformes, né? Estão só aguardando o momento então da saída deles, para eles então se dirigir aos veículos, né? Para seguir então em direção à plataforma de lançamento.
Great point about the multinational crew.
Então, lembrando que a plataforma de lançamento hoje é a 39A, é a mesma que teve os lançamentos anteriores da Dragon e também da Artemis.
So, for the launch and recovery director, that's a this is the largest total number of
E o
crew,
pouso
not just
então
for
de hoje do
the actual Crew
primeiro
Dragon.
estágio do Falcon
We're
9,
talking
né, com a
about for the
Dragon,
support systems,
será
both
realizado então
on the
na
boat
zona
that
de
goes out to
pouso
recover
número
them,
1.
As well as the emergency operations that are standing by to support in case anything happened.
Yeah, that's a great point. course, we rely heavily on all the people on the ground. You know, we're the faces that you see up there and the ones that get to wear the suits and go to space, but it truly takes a huge team of all the individuals that support every aspect of our space flight. And as astronauts, we never forget that. You know, this crew probably has an incredibly extensive network all over the world as well. You know, we talked about how international they are, and Kostya, Konstantin, he's lived in 4 different countries. Andy's lived in
E
at
lembrando que
least 8
ainda
countries.
hoje,
So
a
a lot of
partir das
people that
10,
they've touched,
10
I'm
horas
sure,
da
along the
noite,
way.
nós
I
vamos
love the
acompanhar
story. You
então
know,
a
Andy
missão
actually worked in
Starlink.
the
Deixa eu só
oil
confirmar
industry in Congo and Angola
aqui no
after
nosso
he
canal.
studied aerospace engineering. And it was about the same time that the movie Armageddon was coming out. So at least for him, he was doing this kind of obscure job, but finally, you know, he had this movie where he could help explain to
Isso
people
mesmo.
that there
Então,
truly was a connection
confirmando aqui no
between his
nosso canal,
current job and
a
his dream to
princípio,
be an
então, a missão
astronaut one day.
Starlink confirmada para
Well, guy
amanhã.
from an oil rig
Para
going up into
amanhã,
space.
ainda hoje, né,
Thank
dia
goodness he's not
26
trying to steer a meteor
de agosto, né? A gente
away
está no
from
dia 26 de
hitting the
agosto,
Earth.
então,
Hey, well, he will be prepared for whatever comes
10 horas da
their
noite, né,
way.
vamos
Bruce
ter
Willis
então
style
live
right there.
Absolutely.
para a missão
And hey,
Starlink de
Justin, we got a
número
question
101.
already teed up. Let's go ahead and take that from our
E a
social
princípio, né,
channels.
está confirmado para o dia 27, no domingo, né, além da chegada
Are there any pre-launch
da
rituals
tripulação,
for
né, na
crews?
Estação Espacial
Yeah, that's a
Internacional,
great
na manhã
question. And
de
tradition
domingo.
is something that we
Nós
do
vamos
like to
acompanhar
uphold. We
também a
have
missão
several
japonesa,
rituals. For example, this
pequeno
crew, when they
veículo
leave the
módulo
suit up room,
lunar que
they
eles vão
will
lançar no dia
sign a
27,
mission patch,
com
and
transmissão
all
a
of the
partir
other
das
crews, all the
20
other
e
Dragon crews have
50
done that
da
before
noite.
them. When they leave the building, just before they get out and ride out to the launch pad and the Teslas, there are stickers that are on the outside of the crew quarters building there, and they'll sign those as well, one for each crew. There's a great story that one of the SpaceX employees told me that one time she came out for one of the launches, I think it may have been Crew 2, and it seems to happen for every launch where she
Estamos
has
aí então
saw
com a
a
contagem regressiva de 3
dragonfly land
horas
on the Dragon
e
patch.
40
So
minutos no
lots
horário
of those
de
good
Brasília.
luck signs along the way.
Não, 3 horas e 40 minutos no tempo
The
de missão,
dragon,
aí contagem regressiva,
you see a
desculpe.
dragonfly on launch day. That's supposed to be
Pelo horário de
a
Brasília,
good
então
omen.
47
Yeah,
minutos.
absolutely. The crew will play a card game.
Yes.
We'll have a view of that so we can save that conversation for when we see that later, before they exit that suit room. And then in the white room, so the small room that's really at the end of that access arm before they get into the capsule, they'll sign that as well. So lots of different traditions along
Estamos aí
the
então
way.
com a transmissão ao
And I'm
vivo.
looking forward to that. You mentioned the card game. We're going to be showing that in a NASA broadcast for the first time that I know of. They've taken pictures of it, certainly. There's Konstantin relaxing. And by the way, those
E aí tá o
recliners,
nosso
I
Cosmonauta
understand, are
Russo,
from
né,
the
o
shuttle era.
Konstantin,
So they've got some
é,
miles on them.
Borisov aí,
Yeah, again, that
é só
history and tradition
relaxando.
is always very important to us here at NASA. You can see Joe Akaba in the blue flight suit there. He is our current chief of the astronaut office. So he's down there talking to the crew right now.
He'll be the one playing the commander of CREW-7 in a game of cards. Jasmin Moghbeli, of course.
You can see they're holding on to those little packs to the right. That's giving them some airflow so that they'll still get some cooling in the suit. You know, once you get into that garment, it can get warm in there in that pressure suit. So they're carrying their little ventilation system to help them
Estamos
stay
aí
cool. Looks like they're
aguardando a
going over
saída
there now
deles,
toward that card game table.
It
né,
sure
para se
does.
dirigir então aos carros, onde eles vão
Have
se
some fists on
encaminhar
the table.
lá
Looks like they're
para
ready to play.
Yeah, so Daryl, the tradition
plataforma
for
de
this card
lançamento.
game is that they will play until the commander loses. And the idea there is that they want Jasmin, the commander, to finally
Então
lose
essa aí é a
that card
comandante
game,
da
get
missão,
all
a
that bad luck out of the
Jasmin.
way before the mission.
Enquanto eles aguardam, né, eles vão jogar um pouquinho de cartas aí.
So here they are. I see Joe's shuffling the
Yeah,
cards
shuffling
now.
the deck up. So Joe Akaba on the left, as she mentioned.
É a
Chief
primeira
of
vez que eu
Astronaut
vejo
Office. On the
isso em
right,
transmissão.
Jasmin Moghbeli,
Nesse momento, os
the commander of the
astronautas
CREW-7 mission.
da CREW-7 estão jogando cartas antes de embarcar.
So interestingly, some of the crews have
Antes de
actually
aguardar aí
changed what
o
games
momento
they
do
play
embarque.
over the last several crews. So I'm not even sure what game they're playing right now, but the key is to make sure that Jasmin loses.
And in loses,
Ideia da Jasmin.
by losing, they all win.
Exactly. Get that bad luck out of the way now, and then, you know, this is just really gives us a nice moment of levity, a little bit of a
50 minutos no horário de Brasília.
before they're really getting going and getting out to the launch pad. So like that like the social media question that came in, it's nice to have these traditions that are all part of the process, that mean a little bit of a something to us.
Okay, well,
Então,
Jasmin
nesse
cut the
momento aí,
deck,
no
and
momento
now
de
Joe is dealing.
descontração, né? Antes do
Very
lançamento,
dramatic
agora eles
right
vão jogar um pouquinho de cartas aí.
I think this might be a game that involves one card.
Oh, she lost already,
Right
it looks
off.
like to me. That's great. That is great news.
A Jasmin perdeu.
High fives all around. Oh, they're back for more. Looks like these guys are ready to launch today. I love the smiles on their faces.
A lot of enthusiasm, like you said. It gives that, moment of levity. Space flight is serious business.
Caramba, meu amigo, eu espero que esteja tudo bem aí com você aí. Eu fiquei sabendo da tempestade, né, que teve aí, né? As ventanias também.
Share a moment like this.
Yeah, I can tell you the camaraderie in that room right now
espero
is really
que esteja aí
palpable. You know, that SpaceX
tranquilo aí.
team that they have
Não
been
se
training
preocupe.
with and working with for so long now,
Sem problemas.
preparing them for the flight. All of the different managers like
Eu espero que
Joe,
você
Norm Knight, we
esteja
saw
bem
there
aí,
in the
você.
previous frame. Lots of people that are there for them, supporting them and really enabling this space
Então
flight. All the
aí,
people down to
nesse momento, né,
the
os,
ones that provide
os
us
astronautas aí
with
estão,
all of the things that we're
né,
going
para
to
o
fly
momento
at
de
the different
descontração,
space
enquanto eles
stations. So,
aguardam o momento da
a really
saída,
great feeling, and I can see
eles
those
estão jogando um
genuine
pouquinho aí de
smiles all
cartas
around
aí.
tonight.
And it looks like a member of the team received the official playing deck for CREW-7, which is a nice notion on their part.
3
Yeah,
horas e
great memento
35
to have.
minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí ao vivo,
So from here,
pelo
folks,
horário de Brasília, 52
the astronauts
minutos.
will get some final
Então, nesse
photos.
momento,
That
então, eles vão
number 34,
agora
I
se
think,
dirigir
is
então
that
para a
Sarah Gillis?
saída.
It might be from SpaceX.
I think that was Haley Esparza.
Okay.
That just walked this way.
Yeah, that came towards camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
My correction.
Yep, she's really the liaison between all of astronaut operations and SpaceX. So a lot of us know Haley really well. She is always a central
Então,
part of
lembrando
all of
que
our
se tudo
training
der
and
certo
prepping for
hoje,
flight.
né,
She's wonderful.
na manhã de domingo, então nós vamos
Yep, that's
acompanhar
number 34.
a
That's Haley.
chegada deles na
Very
Estação
good.
Espacial Internacional.
Giving Andy some water.
Oh, yeah. I hear it is warm, right? So that you want to hydrate, but you don't want to hydrate too much.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a good balance. It's a full service operation down there, providing drinks along the way and everything. There's Satoshi's chatting with Anne McLean. And of course, this is all very, very
Então,
choreographed
lembrando que
for the
depois dessa
timeline. They will
transmissão, nós
exit
vamos
that
então
room
aí
at
ter
exactly
os
that
melhores
prescribed
momentos
second
depois
and
dessa
get down,
transmissão.
do their signing and get into the elevator.
Tudo que ocorreu
They
então aí
are not scheduled
para
to
vocês.
depart the suit-up room until T-minus 3 hours and 24 minutes, so they have a fair amount of time in here.
So you mentioned Jasmine's children. You know, all of these crew members have kids. And last year,
Oh.
Satoshi even became a grandfather.
Oh, congratulations to him.
Yeah, pretty exciting. So I'm sure they have lots of family members watching right now and getting ready for this flight.
Estamos então no aguardo da
There you
saída
can
da
see all of the
tripulação.
stickers that I mentioned coming out of the building.
Those are the ones you said that they signed.
Então estamos aguardando a saída deles.
Yeah, and the
3
cars
horas
will
e
be waiting out
33
there.
minutos
They'll have a
para o
receiving line.
lançamento. Nós estamos aí então com essa cobertura toda especial, como a gente sempre faz aqui.
Core on countdown. Lyo seals have been removed and installation is complete. We are on schedule.
Então nesse momento foi dada a autorização para a
Folks
saída.
watching from Japan, it's actually 1 o'clock in the afternoon there, so this is a great time to take in some launch coverage. Although for us, it's midnight.
Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. You know, for the Europeans and the Japanese, this is much kinder hours than it is for us. But hey, any time of the day or night is a good time to go to
Estamos
space.
então aguardando aí o momento da saída da
Now
tripulação
looking down the hall
para
from
se
crew
dirigir então
quarters,
aos
and
carros.
you'll notice there's some art along the walls there, and former Space Shuttle astronaut, NASA astronaut Nicole Stott led a campaign
Lembrando que esses carros, os veículos, né, que estão esperando eles, né, eles vão levar até a plataforma de lançamento, aí estão os carros, né,
It's really a nice touch,
vão
I would
levar
think, as you're walking down
eles
that
então
hall
até a
before you
plataforma
get in the elevator and come
39A.
up to the Teslas.
Yeah, absolutely. Those were new as of a few years ago. I remember seeing them being installed, and it really is nice to add a little bit of current flair and something that represents a lot of different communities to this historic building. You know, staying in crew quarters, I'll never forget the first time that I stayed there. You know, as a new astronaut, when you get to stay in that building for the first time, where so many
E aí estão os
astronauts before you
familiares e
stayed
amigos,
on their
a imprensa.
final week of that night, those nights leading up to the space flight. It really is an incredible feeling, and you kind of feel like you've made it. You know, okay, I'm really an astronaut now. Here I am in crew quarters.
Yeah, how about that? It's unspectacular.
Lembrando que
in its
hoje o mundo
decor,
inteiro então
right?
está acompanhando esta missão.
You know, when I went through there and looked at it, very
É o
much they
lançamento
look
então
like
da
dorm rooms.
CREW-7.
But the history, I take it, and I take your point, knowing that so many big names and historic names in the past have gone through there. That's pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. They
Temos
aren't
os
really
carros então
updated
da
or fancy
Tesla
by
aí,
any
da
means. They kind of look
Spacex.
like they're still back in probably the 80s kind of
aguardando,
thing.
então,
But it's kind of nice. It gives you that
a
nostalgia,
tripulação
and
da
I think we all
CREW-7.
take a lot of comfort there.
Well, we're looking at the back of the SpaceX, one of the SpaceX Teslas that will be going out to the pad, and apparently now we have the custom license plate. It's bye.
And so there'll be different license plates, different messages on all three of the cars. So we'll have to see what the other ones
Oh.
are. But I believe there's always a nod to the crews as well.
Yeah.
That was something I just found out for this launch. So I would expect to see a 7 somewhere.
And maybe
How
that's
many
on
E's
one
were
of the
there?
other cars.
Yeah, maybe there's.
Oh, you know,
I don't think there were 7, but
You might-
maybe there's a combined. I don't know.
you
We'll have
might be onto something there.
We'll have to see.
We'll have to take another look at that license plate.
Yeah, remember for crew 2,
Momento no
the
horário
3
de
cars
Brasília,
were
57
reduce,
minutos,
reuse, and
faltando
recycle.
3
So I really
horas
like
e
that
30
message.
minutos
That's good.
para o lançamento.
Positive
Yeah.
messaging.
Estamos aguardando então a saída da tripulação.
I
Vai
think
se
I saw
dirigir então
Pam
daqui a
Melroy
pouco
out
para
there. She, of course, is the
os
associate
veículos
administrator for
para
NASA.
levar eles
So the
até a
deputy
plataforma
administrator for NASA. So
de
great to see
lançamento.
her.
And a former Space Shuttle
Bom
astronaut.
dia, Renato, seja bem-vindo.
Yes, very accomplished space flyer.
Bem-vindo aí à nossa transmissão, nossa cobertura especial então da CREW-7.
You mentioned crew quarters. It's a facility that is 26,000 square feet. So it's a big space.
Yeah, we've got a full kitchen in there. They make us some delicious meals. You know, that's one of the things that happens with the crew on the lead up.
Estamos então aí
Talked
ao
a
vivo,
little bit
transmitindo
about
para
their schedule
vocês
the day of.
toda a
They have
cobertura
various
especial
meetings and a weather
da
meeting and
missão
that kind of thing.
CREW-7.
But that day before, they also have what we call
Lembrando
the
que o horário do
ultimate meal.
lançamento então
So
está
you get to make a
previsto para
request
acontecer às
of whatever it is that
4h27
you want to eat
da
for
manhã
that
pelo
meal
horário
the day
de
before you
Brasília.
launch. And I'm actually not sure. We should have found out what it was that they each requested. So each astronaut can actually request a different meal as well.
Estamos então
Yes,
aguardando
and
o momento da
I have a
saída
little thing about their food.
da
What we do
tripulação.
know
Aí até o momento
is
aí
that
então
Andy
os
and
veículos
Satoshi
onde vão ser levados
are
aí
bringing
para
food from their home countries
a
along with them.
plataforma
which
de
is nice.
lançamento, né, número
Jasmin
39A no
says she's
Centro
bringing some
Espacial
Persian
Kennedy,
food that she's going to share with the crew once she gets up there.
onde eles também vão ter esse último contato aí antes de embarcar com as famílias
Yeah, like we talked about, those meal times
e amigos
are
que estão aí
incredibly meaningful for
aguardando.
us. So it's a great opportunity for everybody to come together. Like you just said, each of those countries, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of ethnic flair to each of those meals. We also share food with the Roscosmos cosmonauts. They have a different
lembrando
food
que nesse
supply as
momento
well, so
ali
we
aqui
can
do-
kind of trade back
a
and
gente aqui
forth
do
when you get a
Brasil,
little
né,
bit tired or
acompanhando aqui no
something.
nosso canal.
But we get that question
Também
all the
temos a
time
Europa
about food
acompanhando,
in
né,
space,
porque
and I
temos
think
dois
people think that's
cosmonautas,
pretty
dois
terrible.
astronautas
But I
também
can tell you it's
da Europa,
actually
né,
really
um da
delicious.
ESA,
Speaking
da
of which,
Dinamarca
Jessica,
e
we
o
have
outro
a question
russo.
about
Oh,
food.
all right.
So let's
Temos
pop
também
that up,
aí
put it on
o
social,
Japão também
perfect timing.
acompanhando também junto com a
Tina,
gente.
Tina
Devido
says,
ao astronauta
will the crew have
da
dinner
JAXA
during their
e também
cruise
dos
to the
Estados
space
Unidos.
Yeah,
É,
so
com a
the
nossa
number of
comandante, a
meals or
Jasmin.
snacks that they eat kind of depends on the duration of their phasing to get to the space station. So they have various food items with them, and they have certain ones that are more accessible than others, so they can kind of reach in and grab whatever it is that they have. I'm not certain exactly what they did pack, but I think they can make some requests as well. They don't have a food warmer on the Dragon vehicle, so it's usually something that doesn't really need to be reheated that still tastes okay.
Então, lembrando que para hoje estamos aí com 95% de chance para ocorrer o lançamento. Três horas e 27 minutos para o lançamento. Pelo horário de Brasília, agora são 1 hora.
Which is an event we do for launches, invite various influencers and
1 hora e 1
social
minuto
media
pelo horário
account
de
holders
Brasília.
to come out and participate in activities in and around the Space Center, as well as taking a launch. So she was right there, you know, watching the coverage, presumably, I guess, on her phone when she asked that question.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to help share the mission with everybody. And through social media, so many people are communicating that way today that it's great that we have all of these people that can help spread our NASA message and share in the excitement of this exploration.
Absolutely. So we're T-minus 3 hours and 26 minutes. You're watching NASA's coverage of the CREW-7 launch to the International Space Station. I had their patch on the other day. I think that's what it was.
Well, hey, CREW-6 is eagerly awaiting their arrival.
Indeed they are. In about 7 days, we'll be coming back down to Earth. But today, we're focused on CREW-7, getting up to the International Space Station. You're looking outside of astronaut crew quarters here at the Kennedy Space Center, where we are awaiting the walkout of the astronauts on their way to the International Space Station. Here are the doors to crew quarters that Jessica mentioned earlier, and you see the patches around the doors and up there around the meatball.
Então somos o único canal brasileiro transmitir para vocês aí por completo aí toda
They're scheduled to walk out
a trajetória então
at
da
exactly
CREW-7.
3 hours and 20 minutes.
3
So
horas e
about
25
5
minutos
minutes
para o
until
lançamento.
they walk out of there.
All right,
Estamos
5 more
aguardando
minutes.
então a saída deles.
You were talking about, of course,
Lembrando que
comments were
hoje,
made about the
ontem mais cedo, né, a parte da tarde, nós
international crew
acompanhamos
here,
o
which is
segundo
impressive.
teste
It's the first
estático
time in a
do
Crew
booster
Dragon
número
has
9
had
da
one person
Supership,
from a
Super
separate country.
Heavy.
But I did some research, got a hold of the historian at Johnson Space Center,
direto
she was
então lá do
telling me that,
Starbase em Boca Chica, no
if you go
Texas.
back to the Space Shuttle program, there was actually a Space Shuttle launch that was more
E ainda
diverse for
hoje, a partir das 10
nationalities, and
horas
it
da
was
noite, nós vamos então
STS-84.
acompanhar aí
The
a
reason
missão
is that flight
Starlink.
included C. Michael Foale, a British-American, Elena Kondakova, a Russian, Jean-Francois Clairvoy, French, and the remainder of the crew were Americans. However, Carlos Noriega was born in Peru. So you've got 5 nationalities on STS-84.
Yeah, you know, that is a central element toward everything that we do. Of course, it is called the International Space Station, but it is something that is so important to all of us. You know, this great example of what can happen when people from different backgrounds, from different places, all work
E aí
together.
estão eles,
And here they
e
come,
aí
the
estão eles
astronauts walking
saindo
down
agora
the
neste
hallway
momento
at astronaut crew
para o
quarters.
lado de fora. Então,
3 astronauts,
daqui a
1
pouco eles vão
cosmonaut
se
of
dirigir para
CREW-7 waving
a
as they go
plataforma
by
de
into the
lançamento. E
elevator,
aí estão eles,
headed down to the first floor.
3 horas e 23
Joe
minutos,
Acaba,
a
believe that's
contagem
Norm Knight.
regressiva.
With
It
the
is.
Flight Operations Director.
E aí estão
É.
eles aí,
Core
se
on
dirigindo
countdown.
então para
Crew walkout and suit up room departure
a saída
is in
então aí
progress
do
on schedule.
It's impossible to not smile when you're
do
watching
prédio
them walk
para a
out with
parte
the
de
smiles on their
fora.
faces, isn't it? It's contagious. You know, we talk about that international element, and another fun fact for you. Did you know that Jasmin, was actually stateless until the 2nd grade? She
Really?
became a U.S. citizen in the 2nd grade, and until then, she was considered stateless. But she celebrated that big moment by bringing brownies into her classroom.
Oh, she went back, right, to many of the schools that she had gone to when she was a kid and visited with those kids and is taking up some mementos from that. I believe some class pictures from those kids. So I like that tie-in of how she is, you know, both a nod to her childhood and her background.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that many of us try to do, to really make that connection to all the people that you've known all along the way and have helped you get there.
You mentioned the traditions, Jessica. Let's take a look at one of them. Here's the crew signing that mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building there, putting it on the wall, and Jasmine putting her John Hancock on there, and each crew member signing away.
A assinatura, né, deles, né, como todas as tripulações fazem.
Lots of autographs and signatures to be had when you're going to space and when you come back. Something that we all get used to. It takes some getting used to, though, in the beginning. I mean, it's not, I mean, I certainly was not used to people asking me for my autograph before. Getting closer to walkout.
Now just about 90 seconds away from them walking out of astronaut crew quarters. The Teslas are queued up. The security escort is ready.
Now, were they black Teslas last time? I know for Crew 2 they were white.
Right, they were black for Crew 6, and then they were white for Demo 2 through Crew 5.
Okay.
So they changed up the color. SpaceX said, you know, just adding some vehicles to their fleet.
And I bet they've got their playlists all lined up as well.
They do indeed, and I'm glad you asked about that.
Yeah, another one of the traditions. You've got to be listening to some loud jamming beats when you're headed out, and it's such a cool.
Why is that?
It's such a cool feeling. It really helps get you psyched up. I know I love music and certainly thrive off it. Since I was the astronaut support person for Crew 2, I did actually ride out in the Teslas with the crew, and it is such a cool feeling. You have lights and sirens kind of blaring with your escorts. You've got the music going loud. It was night just like this, and you're going out to this impressively lit launch pad. It really gets the excitement flowing and gets you pumped up.
I'm getting pumped up just listening to you, because the picture you just painted, wow. I can only imagine.
Yeah, again, it's hard to not
Assistindo ao
feel the
canal
excitement.
UPTV nesse momento, então, no tempo de missão, 3 horas e 20 minutos no horário regressivo, no tempo regressivo para o lançamento, e no horário de Brasília, 1 hora e 7 minutos. E aí estão eles. Neste momento, a tripulação da CREW-7 deixa o prédio aí do Centro Espacial Kennedy.
Again, look at those genuine smiles. You really can't hide the excitement.
From left to right, we have Konstantin Borisov.
Para então se dirigir aí aos veículos que vão levar eles então à plataforma de lançamento. Então tá aí a nossa comandante, a Jasmin, nosso piloto Andreas, os especialistas da missão da JAXA, o Furukawa e o Borisov da Rússia.
The NASA administrator there, Bill Nelson, Bob Cabanas there, the associate administrator. We mentioned Cam Melroy already.
Então, aí,
everybody's there to
pessoal
cheer
da
them on, send
imprensa,
them on their way.
E também aí com os familiares e amigos. É o último registro deles antes do embarque. Estimento então de embarque. 3 horas e 19 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí com cobertura especial aí da missão da CREW-7. Vamos acompanhar.
Of course, the astronauts have been in quarantine for the past 2 weeks, so that's why they're standing a set distance away from their family and loved ones.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure that, of course, we don't carry any viruses or anything like that with us to the space station. So everybody has been in this strict kind of quarantine protocol leading up to the space flight, and they're continuing to keep their distance now. I see Alex Gerst, German astronaut from the European Space Agency there, and Takuya Onishi, a Japanese astronaut. You can see those blue suits toward the front, helping out, escort the families and with the guests. Both are space veterans, of course.
E aí, então, nesse momento, né, eles já fazem a separação em duplas, né, o piloto e a comandante, eles embarcam no primeiro carro, a Jasmin e o Andreas, e no segundo carro estão os especialistas da missão, o Borisov e o Furukawa.
I do, yes, I speak Swedish.
Carro número
Pretty
2.
similar to Danish, so sometimes I can understand what Andy and his family are saying.
Did you catch anything?
I did. He said, "We see us, we'll see you." Yeah, I didn't catch what he said at the end there. But Andy's family actually lives just a street away from me, so I see them quite often.
That? Yeah. Well, that's nice.
Here they go. Doors are closing.
Well, this is a good time to talk about the playlist. Jasmin is going to be queuing up some Stevie Wonder, Whitney Houston, some hip hop, some big hip hop.
Então, a porta do carro número 2 ali está com problemas ali para fechar. Agora sim, fechada a porta do carro número 2.
Satoshi says he'll crank some 80s Japanese pop music.
E agora o contato mais de perto aí com os familiares, né, dando o último adeus.
Unsurprisingly, a lot of synthesizer. Just like 80s in America. And then Constantine says he's going to crank some System of a Down, Pink Floyd.
Look at that. I see Jaws twin girls. They're wearing little mini SpaceX suits.
Oh.
I have one of those for my daughter.
3 horas e 16 minutos para o lançamento, no horário de Brasília. 1 hora e 11 minutos.
You can see them just over at the window right now, looking in at Mom, riding on Dad. Yeah, those playlists they have for the Teslas and perhaps, you know, we on the Soyuz, we create a playlist for inside the vehicle. We're in the vehicle for so long before things get busy in there that we have some music, and it's so nice to hear a couple of the favorite songs from each of your different crewmates, lots of different styles of music, and those songs that are really important to you.
We got a social question. If you have one, send it to us. Hashtag #AskNASA on YouTube, Twitch.
See those outfits with the hood and everything. Yeah, yep. That hood for the helmet. They're really great.
Cute.
Got to dress like Mom. Be ready for game day.
Oh, absolutely. And I imagine that helps a lot with this moment. Of course, they're quite young. But, you know, with children of a certain age, understand that there's some risk involved, and astronauts have to have that conversation with older children.
Yeah, I'm sure it gives them something to identify with. You know, they're wearing the same outfit as Mom today and ready to cheer her along for her launch.
So in the first Tesla, we've got the closeout lead and 2 suit
E nesse momento, às 1 hora e 13 minutos, 3 horas e 14 minutos para o lançamento, eles deixam então oficialmente o prédio do Centro Espacial Kennedy rumo à plataforma número 39A.
You nailed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
There they go. And so as the crew departs the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, this begins the 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. So let's learn more about the crew in their own words.
E vamos seguir também juntos toda essa trajetória, hein? Estamos seguindo juntos aí, então, toda essa trajetória até a plataforma de lançamento. Estamos aí vendo uma vinheta aí agora, né? Então por isso que eu tirei o áudio. Então, para quem está chegando agora, estamos ao vivo aí, cobrindo a cobertura especial para o lançamento então da CREW-7. Então, nessa aí a nossa comandante, a Jasmin Moghbeli. Comandante, então, astronauta da NASA. A nossa comandante, né, ela é formada em engenheira espacial, né, também foi militar aí, super graduada. E ela participou aí do voo espacial, no ônibus espacial aí. Ela tem várias horas então de voo aí, com vários tipos de aeronaves diferentes. E ali no cantinho a gente pode acompanhar ali, né, também a trajetória então, da tripulação até a plataforma número 39A, do Centro Espacial Kennedy. 3 horas e 11 minutos para o lançamento, no horário de Brasília, 1 hora e 16 minutos.
For the pilot of CREW-7,
E agora nós
Andreas
vamos ver um
Mogensen,
pouquinho
he
do
previously
nosso
flew on the
piloto
ESA
da
Iris mission in
missão, o
2015.
Andreas, da
Here's more on the
Dinamarca.
Copenhagen, Denmark native.
Estamos vendo então um pouquinho da história aí do nosso piloto de hoje da missão, o Andreas, da Dinamarca. Então estamos aí novamente
Now you see CREW-7 on the move.
o andamento então da caminho da tripulação então até a plataforma número 39A,
That's the vehicle
do Centro
assembly
Espacial
building.
Kennedy. Então, 3 horas e 7 minutos para o lançamento. No horário de Brasília, agora 1 hora e 20 minutos.
Seeing that building always impresses me. It never gets old. Even last night when we were driving, I have my first sight of the vehicle assembly building coming over here on site. It always just, you know where you are. Here I am at the Kennedy Space Center. There's
Temos aí o carro número 1 e número 2.
Absolutely, and this
Tesla,
is the view the astronauts
SpaceX.
have as they pass by the Launch Control Center. And as they pass the VAB, we are, of course, reminded, Jessica, as you know all too well, this is the same path that Artemis II astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, they will take on their way to Pad 39B for Artemis II's return to the moon.
Yeah, it is incredibly exciting. And look right there. We have a beautiful view of the moon right now. That is gorgeous and such an inspiration.
Absolutely. And this is the same sight that the astronauts will see here. It is a clear Florida night. Winds are calm. We are 95% go in terms of weather. Nothing on the radar that
Então,
looks like it will
mais uma vez, estão
interfere.
lembrando que
And as
as
you
condições
mentioned,
climáticas estão
Jessica,
muito
that
boas
is
aí
a-
para o
that is a
lançamento de
great-
hoje, com
great look at them.
95%
We're looking at it from our
de
host
chances de
desk here.
ocorrer
And
o
certainly you know
lançamento.
the crew that
Então,
we're
nós
looking
temos
at
aí
here
todo
on
o
the screen.
comboio
You can see that moon
aí
from
levando
their
então a
view.
tripulação da CREW-7.
So it looks to be about a little over a half moon, and it is fairly well illuminated.
Yeah.
It's pretty bright up there.
In a couple of weeks, I believe we're heading towards a blue moon, which only comes around every
Once in a blue
every
moon.
once in a while. Thank you very much.
You know, the moon is even more beautiful from the space station.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, you know, it's not obscured by the atmosphere. You have a more direct view since
Né?
you don't
Então,
have that
aí temos a
obscuration in it.
Lua, né?
It is
Lembrando que a
absolutely
Lua azul,
gorgeous.
né?
It-
Lua
you
cheia
feel like you're
azul,
closer to it, you know?
How
será no
about that?
dia
The moon
30
is
de agosto.
250,000 miles away, and we're only about 250
Então, a Lua
miles up from the Earth. So we're
cor
really
azul, então
not
será no
much
dia
closer to the
30
moon, relatively speaking,
de
but you feel
agosto,
like you're
né?
closer
Pois
because of that view,
mencionaram
that
aí, né?
pristine view
Então
without
tá
the
mencionado
atmosphere.
também
And there it is on the screen.
por aqui.
That's the view we've been
Então, aí,
talking about.
bonita
and
imagem da Lua.
Thank you to our Kennedy production team for getting that shot. It is a beauty and a reminder of exactly the exciting mission in Artemis II that is right around the corner, end of next year. Certainly preparations are happening right here at the Kennedy Space Center for Artemis II. But we are focused tonight on CREW-7 and their launch, and they are only about 3 hours from lifting off from Pad 39A. Talking now about the mission specialists. He was inspired to be an astronaut
Agora
when he
vamos
saw
ver o
the
nosso
Apollo moon
primeiro
landing on
especialista
TV
da
as a
missão, né? Um
child.
pouquinho da
And
história
now,
dele.
this is his second space flight. We're talking about Satoshi Furukawa.
Então, nosso Satoshi Furukawa. 3 horas e 3 minutos e 50 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos vendo um pouquinho da história aí do nosso astronauta da JAXA, Satoshi Furukawa, primeiro especialista da missão. Então, quando ele tinha 5 anos de idade, ele acompanhou a ida do homem à Lua em 1969. E ele então é o nosso médico, né, que está a bordo aí da tripulação aí da CREW-7. Então, nesse momento, ele representa aí todos os médicos do mundo inteiro, né? Não só do Japão. Então, é a segunda vez que ele vai à Estação Espacial Internacional. Ele já foi a primeira vez, né? Segunda vez ele irá então à estação. Menos de 3 horas, 1 minuto e 50 segundos para o lançamento. Lembrando também que o nosso canal aqui a gente transmite todas as caminhadas espaciais ao vivo. Muito obrigado, amigo Robson. Seja bem-vindo aí à transmissão.
Yeah, that's a great moment. They're arriving there on the pad and once they get out of the
Nós estamos
cars
então
and
nos
come
dirigindo
around,
agora
they'll
nesse
get
momento
that
à
first
plataforma
unobscured
número
view outside their
39A.
vehicles of their rocket.
Sim, é para a
What a
Estação
sight to
Espacial
behold, just kind
Internacional.
of realizing that you are about to get up in that elevator and get on board. And then you will be
Estamos
literally
agora
leaving the
chegando
planet.
neste momento na plataforma 39A. Estamos aí com as imagens da Falcon 9 da Dragon SpaceX.
That's just, a sight that a special few get to see. The hope is with the continued progress.
Lembrando que hoje a nossa comandante é a Jasmin Moghbeli, dos Estados Unidos, o nosso piloto da missão, o Andreas, da Dinamarca. O nosso primeiro especialista da missão é o Satoshi Furukawa, do Japão. E nosso segundo especialista da missão, da Rússia, o Konstantin Borisov. E aí eles vão ficar 6 meses a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional. É a previsão de...
Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
Então, o objetivo deles na menos de 3 horas para o lançamento. Então, o objetivo deles, né, é continuar todo o trabalho lá de pesquisas em microgravidade e também aí continuar com a parte então da manutenção e desenvolvimento de pesquisas na Estação Espacial Internacional. Né? Lembrando também aqui no nosso canal, para você que está chegando agora, né, a gente também transmite ao vivo para todas as caminhadas espaciais, né? Então, tanto do lado russo quanto do lado americano. Então sempre eles fazem cada 6 meses essa renovação, né, de tripulação, né, daí para continuar aí com o trabalho então de pesquisa, né, em microgravidade e outros tipos de pesquisas, né, incluindo na área médica, na área química, biológica, né, de plantas e por aí vai, né, tipo de pesquisas. E também a manutenção também da Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Toda a parte aí externa aí da manutenção da estação. Né? Então eles fazem todo esse tipo de trabalho lá. E aqui a gente transmite tudo para vocês ao vivo. Faltando então 2 horas e 58 minutos para o lançamento. Nesse momento, então, no horário de Brasília, 1 hora e 29 minutos. Então, nós estamos vendo aí um pouquinho da história do Konstantin Borisov, né, Cosmonauta Russo. É o nosso segundo especialista da missão. E aí, novamente com imagens ao vivo, então, da Dragon Spacex.
If you just joined us, we are T-minus 2 hours and
Menos de
56
2
minutes
horas e
until
56
liftoff
minutos e 50
NASA and
segundos
SpaceX's
para o lançamento.
CREW-7, a journey
Horário
to the
de Brasília,
International
1 hora e
Space Station
31
for our
minutos.
7th rotational flight. 4 new crew members coming aboard.
Lembrando então que o horário de lançamento está previsto para as 4h27 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. E a sua chegada então na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, se tudo der certo hoje, será no domingo, na manhã do domingo, então do dia 27.
See the astronauts walk across that crew access arm and into the Dragon.
You know, we complain about these night launches from our point of view and being up all night, but there is something special about them, isn't it? It's really spectacular with all the lights.
It is. It is special, and especially when the rocket goes off and just lights up the sky, turns night into like dawn. I always enjoy that.
Yeah, I think the night launches are more impressive. Just the contrast in the sky, you know.
Absolutely, and you can see
Então temos aí a nossa contagem regressiva, né? Menos de 2 horas e 55 minutos.
Not moving at all. Of course, we know it because the
É
bugs
nosso
are
reloginho aí
buzzing all
batendo.
around. Here we go with our
E aí
commander
estão
and pilot,
eles, o comandante
Jasmin and
e o
Andreas,
piloto,
making their way out.
né, chegando aí à plataforma de lançamento.
And there it is, that traditional lean back. You got to try to take it all in, and it's a tall rocket.
And they've got a,
Se
as
dirigindo
I
então
understand
aí
it, a
a
very
parte
rigid
aos
back
elevadores,
to the spacesuit, which
Yeah.
prevents them from actually
né,
turning
fazendo
their
então
heads
o
up. So you've got
início
to turn your
do
entire
procedimento de
upper torso
embarque.
in order to
Right,
see it,
and
right?
that with the helmet being integrated onto the suit, it
Right.
adds that stiffness as well. You know, I remember these moments getting ready for my launch, and it's interesting because people ask all the time, you know, how do you feel? Are you scared?
É,
But the thing
portanto,
is,
estão
we are
eles
so well
embarcando no
trained. We've gone through all of these
no
motions so
elevador,
many
né, subindo
times
então
that even
a
for me, when I was
plataforma
well
então
into
para o
sitting in the
embarque,
vehicle, looking at my displays, monitoring
iniciando
things,
nesse
hitting
momento aí o
buttons, you know,
procedimento
going through all of
de
these
embarque
training
aí, né,
protocols,
para
and
subir
it
então
just
a
feels like
torre.
another simulation. I actually had to remind myself that this one was going to be real, that it was going to end a little bit differently. And then, of course, you hear a little bit of a fuel in the system where
Menos de
you
2
feel
horas
the
e
rocket moving a
54
little bit.
minutos
Those
para o
things bring you back
lançamento.
to reality and remind you that this one will have a different outcome. But, you know, it's not the astronauts that have any apprehension or are scared thinking about what's going to happen because they're going through
No
all
horário
of
de
those
Brasília,
motions
1
that
hora e
they've been so
33
trained to do.
minutos.
It's really more for the families and friends that are on the ground. They're less familiar with
E aí
everything.
estão
They
eles
don't have a full
chegando
understanding of it.
à
And of
rampa de
course, their
embarque.
loved one is sitting on the top of the rocket there. So, you know, it's interesting. People think that it's us that are worried about something on launch day, but it's really not. We're very well trained. We have
Só aqui no nosso canal vocês
trust
acompanham
in our
todos os
hardware, in our
detalhes aí da
systems, and that
missão.
all of the people on the ground watching everything so closely. And, you know, I know for me, I was just nothing other than 100% excited that my childhood dream was finally going to come true.
100%.
Here they come.
And I believe Anne
Lembrando
McLean
que
was
estamos aí com a transmissão
in
ao
this group.
vivo.
Yeah, there she is by the phone. There's a telephone there on the corner, and that's one of the roles of the astronaut support person. Since it's a little bit difficult to dial things on a telephone when you're in a
Yeah,
spacesuit.
there she is.
Yeah, she actually has phone numbers of whomever the astronaut or cosmonaut is
Então nesse
going to
momento aí
call,
a nossa
their
comandante, a
spouse, family
Jasmin, e o
members,
nosso
whomever,
piloto,
and they will
Andreas,
have an opportunity to
já
speak
se
with them
encontra aí
before
na,
they board the rocket.
aguardando então para fazer o procedimento de
You see the
ingresso
chevrons, of course,
aí na
those
Dragon.
lead to the slide wire baskets in
É para
the
subir
case
então
of
a rampa, né,
launch
de
pad emergency egress.
passarela então
If
até
it
o
were
até
cloudy
a
or
Dragon.
smoke-filled, those white chevrons would lead the way. So they go opposite of the chevrons to go up, but they point on the way out to the slide wire baskets. And also note that you see the graded floor. In the case of emergency egress, there would be a lot of water coming
Lembrando
down.
que
The
depois
sprinkler
dessa
systems would
transmissão, né, os
activate
melhores momentos
just a
desta
deluge of
transmissão,
water, and that water
você vai
needs to
encontrar
drain off, so
depois
keep the floor
aqui
from being
mesmo no nosso
slippery.
canal.
All that water drains off through the grate.
do
Another
PTD.
aspect of our training, we are so well trained on all those procedures that, we know we would be able to execute those procedures and get everyone to safety in the event that they had to. You can see, looks like Andy hooked up to a little bit more cooling there again. It is a warm night here tonight, especially if you're wearing one of those suits.
80 degrees out here in the east central coast of Florida, right here on the Cape. Now, you were in this role that Anne McLean is currently doing. Now, did you have to learn, like, dial 8 to get out, and then 9, and then the country code?
Oh, yeah. I made sure that I had exactly the right series of numbers to press, because I really didn't want to mess up that call for them.
Yeah.
Então, faltando aí 2 horas e 51 minutos e 15 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos aí vendo
I mean, you must hear the phone call, right?
na
You're standing
imagem
right
aí
there.
a nossa
No, I mean,
comandante,
they will be talking. It's a little
Jasmin,
bit difficult for them because they
e o
have a
nosso
helmet in and
piloto
they're trying to
Andreas,
get
da
the phone
Dinamarca.
handle in there. It's not a small cell phone. This is an old school real landline, kind of like a payphone. Looks like if you remember those.
Eles estão aí
Daryl,
falando ao
we
telefone aí,
remember those,
pessoal
but some of
deles lá,
some people watching might not remember those.
dando recadinho
I
lá
do
para
remember.
eles.
Oh, look, he's waving. He's waving on the cameras as
yeah.
well. Oh,
Tchauzinho lá para o pessoal lá da
I'm sure
ESA,
he's waving to his wife and 3 children.
para os familiares também.
This is the first time for an ESA astronaut to be in the pilot position in a Dragon. So, Andreas getting
Então essa é a primeira vez aí
a
que
little
um
bit of
piloto
history here
da,
on tonight's
da,
flight.
da ESA, né, embarca aí
Jasmine taking a look
na
over the
a
rail.
Dragon, né,
That must be a
pilota
sight.
Dragon.
It is. It's beautiful. So as the astronaut support person, once they
E aí
finish
estão
with
os
the phone calls
especialistas
and
da
they get
missão,
everybody in
o
the vehicles, you're kind of just standing there, so you have a
Satoshi
great
Furukawa e o
All right, there are
Constantine
two mission specialists,
Borisov, da Rússia.
Konstantin Borisov and Satoshi Furukawa.
2 horas e 50 minutos
Taking
no
it
horário
in.
de Brasília. Estão aí, então, os
They're getting a
especialistas
lot
da
of
missão.
looks. Big wave, thumbs up.
Fazendo, então, a sua parte também.
It's interesting about that
Ingressando na
elevator. When
torre,
you go in,
aí da plataforma,
if they were
liga,
to ask
então,
you,
ao
which floor would you
Dragon.
like? There's actually a button that says space.
Yeah.
They changed the 255-foot level to space. Which floor? Space, please. Oh, yeah, right away. Let me punch that up for you.
Always the best button that you want to press. But only the 4 of
E
them
aí
will be
estão
making that
eles,
final step to space.
fazendo,
Everybody
então, a
else
sua
has to come back down
caminhada
the elevator.
That's right.
aí na
And
passarela,
there's
que liga,
Jasmin
então, a
Moghbeli, the
Dragon.
commander, and
A
Andreas
torre, a
Mogensen,
Dragon.
our pilot, making their way across the crew access arm into the white room. Where they'll get into the
E aí
spacecraft.
fazendo
First,
a sua
Core
tradicional
on
Sign that
countdown.
meatball.
Crew have arrived at the white room and are
assinatura, né?
preparing
Então,
for
nesse
ingress.
momento,
We are on schedule.
estamos
Yeah, that other
iniciando
tradition
o
that we talked about.
procedimento
There's
de
the last signature that they'll
ingresso,
have to dole
de
out before
ingresso
they get all strapped in.
a Dragon Spacex.
You know, it's interesting when we talk about all these training protocols that we have and the amount of time that we spend training, particularly for contingency scenarios. You know, that's where we really want to make sure that our skills are sharp and we are ready for that in the event of any kind of emergency. We're ready to execute and get the job done. And most of our training for our ISS missions ends up being for launches and landing. And if you think about that, we're talking now about a 6-month mission on the space station, and that ride to space is only a few minutes and number of hours before they
Então,
get to
nesse
space
momento aí
station,
os
and coming down is
especialistas
usually even
da
quicker
missão também se
depending on the
dirigem
profile. So
aí
it's
à
really only a
plataforma
minuscule fraction
passarela,
of
né,
our
que
entire
liga
mission, but because
torre e a
it is
Dragon,
such a dynamic phase
também
of
fazendo
getting
o
to
seu
space and
procedimento,
coming
então,
back, that's where a
de
lot of our
início
training
do
is really
ingresso
focused.
aí
As
para
it should be.
a Dragon.
As you mentioned, the most dynamic part. There's a lot of
Então, nesse
energy
momento aí,
that is
estamos
required to get into space.
vendo
Core on countdown. Crew
o
ingress
embarque,
started.
And you gotta get rid of a lot of
embarque
energy when you come
iniciando nesse
back.
momento aí. A primeira a embarcar foi a Jasmin,
There go
a nossa
our
comandante,
pilot and commander
e o segundo a
carefully
embarcar
getting in.
o
They don't
nosso
wanna
piloto
mess up that seal,
o
so you see
Andreas,
him
da
take a lot of
Dinamarca.
time to crawl over that entryway, the side hatch.
Então, 1 hora e 40 minutos no horário de
Cool view
Brasília.
going
Vimos
down
aí
that access arm,
o
isn't it?
embarque
It
da
sure
nossa
is.
comandante e do
Again,
piloto.
I think that night sky helps with the dramatic scene.
Estamos aí aguardando agora os especialistas da missão,
For sure, as we wait our
o
two
Satoshi
mission
Furukawa
specialists.
e
to
Konstantin
wrap up their phone calls, and
Borisov.
then they'll be coming right down that crew access arm. We've been doing this for 3.5 years now, but that crew access arm still looks futuristic.
I'm sure quite a contrast too for the previous space flyers. You know, this is a whole new vehicle for them. So for both Andy and Satoshi, comparing the rides that they had before their first ride on the Dragon. Every vehicle is a little bit different.
Então, só lembrando mais uma vez que ainda hoje, a partir das 22 horas, até o momento, né, estamos aí com a missão Starlink mantida para o horário das 22 horas, início da nossa transmissão.
Press conference comparing Soyuz with Dragon, and you, of course, flew Soyuz up to the International Space Station, and I thought it was interesting. He mentioned that his flight time to space was something on the order of 56 hours, which is...
E aí estamos vendo já imagens de dentro da Dragon, SpaceX, aí com a Jasmin e o Andreas já se preparando então aí, processo de embarque, já fazendo então os ajustes dos cintos e dos equipamentos então da Dragon.
A 2-day profile. That was more common in the past. Now, actually, it's more common to do either a 4-orbit or a 2-orbit profile, which means it's only about 6 hours. That's what I had, 6 hours to get to space, so much faster. Oh, wow. And that is more common now. And now we even have the 2-orbit. So Laurel O'Hara, her Soyuz will be flying the 2-orbit rendezvous. So that is only about 3 hours, and that happens very quickly. That was being tested about when I was up there. It was still being tested only on Progress vehicles. Now we're doing it with crew vehicles too, so that's the way to travel. Two orbits, 3 hours to get to space. Not bad. Can't complain about that.
Not bad at all. I did not know that. That's interesting.
You know, one of the big differences for them, you can see the windows in the vehicle right there on the sides of the vehicle. For the Soyuz, though, everything, we also have windows on the sides. I was in the left seat, so I had a window right next to me to my left. But during launch, those are covered by a fairing. So you can't actually see anything when you're taking off here on the launch pad. From what I hear from other Dragon flyers, the view is spectacular of the launch pad area when they're lifting off. So those windows really, really come in handy. You know, Thomas Pesquet tells me those windows are also really useful for viewing the northern and southern lights, the aurora from space station. When the Dragon is docked, the orientation that you have looking out those windows, you can spot those aurora and see them coming from hundreds of miles away and get your cameras ready. And that's opposed to when you're just looking out of the cupola, sometimes you don't see them till they're already there, and then you're frantically getting your camera ready and trying to capture it, and sometimes it's too late. So those Dragon windows can give you a little bit of a heads up to get configured for the aurora.
How about that? I mean, it's on my bucket list just to see an aurora from Earth. I just imagine what it'd be like in space.
Well, you know, Daryl, people make fun of me for saying this, but it's still true. I've only seen them from space.
How about that?
You know, maybe that sounds a little bit annoying. I would love to see them from Earth as well, but it's nice to still say for now, I've only seen them from space. I was in northern Sweden last year hoping to get a view, but we didn't.
Pelo horário de Brasília, agora são 1h44 minutos. E no tempo regressivo, 2h43 minutos. Está assistindo ao canal UPTV. Estamos aguardando então os especialistas da missão aí fazer a parte então do ingresso então aí é Dragon SpaceX. E aí estão eles. E aí estão eles, o Satoshi, o Konstantin Borisov e o Satoshi Furukawa da JAXA. Aí estão eles então fazendo seu procedimento de embarque a Dragon SpaceX. Com 2h42 minutos para o lançamento.
Oh, another tradition. A lot of times our astronauts and Konstantin here you can see taking the name tags of some of their ground support personnel, and they'll be flying those to space with them.
That's got to be really special for those technicians.
Eles estão fazendo então as
Absolutely. I mean, they're playing
suas
such a
assinaturas
critical role.
aí no,
You know, especially those connections you have with
na
those people
plataforma, né?
in those
Passarela
moments
então de
leading up to your
lançamento aí, né?
launch.
O protocolo
Really has an incredibly
que
strong
todo mundo
bond you have
faz
with those people.
entre os lobos da NASA e SpaceX. E agora então eles vão realizar aí o
Any good
procedimento
astronaut or cosmonaut always has a
de
Sharpie with
embarque.
them. I don't think there's a Sharpie pocket on this suit, but the technicians are handing them Sharpies to get this job done.
Yes, in fact, it's on the to-do list. Make sure that
E o
the
terceiro a
Sharpie is on the way
embarcar, né,
around.
vai ser o especialista, o Furukawa, da JAXA.
And you saw briefly Satoshi holding his arm up and those zippers. They have zippers on each arm, zippers on the leg. Those got to be zipped up nice and secure so that that pressure suit functions exactly as
Então,
needed.
Satoshi Furukawa
Yeah,
da
there's actually 2
JAXA.
layers of zippers.
Então,
That's
nesse
probably
momento,
just the
fazendo
external
então
one. So
o
there's
seu
a
procedimento
redundancy
de
there. The main
embarque.
pressure is held by the lower set, the more internal set of zippers.
E agora o quarto e o último a fazer então seu procedimento de embarque é o Cosmonauta Russo,
Another critical component of the way
Constantine
we
Core on
Borisov.
countdown. Seat 1 and Seat 4 are beginning their ingress into Dragon. We are on schedule.
2 horas e
You know,
40
safety always comes
minutos
first. We always have a
do
lot of built-in redundancy to each
lançamento.
system,
Então
including the
todos
spacesuits,
estão
to
nesse
make sure that
momento
we
a
can
bordo
keep everyone on board safe.
da Dragon SpaceX.
Another big difference that I'm sure Andy and Satoshi
E aí
are
estão
feeling
eles,
right now is the
as
difference in
imagens
the seats
então
between
a
Dragon
completa
and the
dos 4
Soyuz
a
spacecraft.
bordo então aí
So you have
da
a much more natural
Dragon
kind of sitting
SpaceX,
position
às
in
2 horas e
Dragon,
40
a lot
minutos
roomier for you to
para o
stretch your
lançamento.
legs a little bit. You know, their heels will actually be kind of clipped in, not clipped, but there's a little runner there that you slide
Então
your
eles
heel
fazendo
in. It's a
todos
little
os
notch in the
ajustes
boot.
aí dos
You slide
cintos.
that onto the boot plate to help secure your
Aí dos
feet for the
trajes.
launch and landing process. But while they're sitting there on the launch pad, they can take a foot out if they want, stretch a little bit, and move around.
Kind of like a
Pelo horário de
ski,
Brasília,
a ski
1 hora e
boot, a ski
48
or you know,
minutos.
cycling shoes that have
Yeah, kind of like that cycling shoe, but a little bit of a different mechanism. It's just kind of a front to back slide. You can see Andy looking up at the displays there. Looks like he's configuring something or checking
Aproveitando, né,
something
quem
on the
ainda não deixou o like
monitors.
na transmissão, né, deixa o like aí na transmissão. Quem ainda não se inscreveu no
And
nosso canal, se
Satoshi,
inscreva. Né? Lembrando que
Constantine
cada
getting
inscrição e
strapped
cada
in.
like ajuda bastante
They have their little
aí, então,
satchels, that's what they call them, on
para
the
que
knee
novas
there. They
pessoas
have
possam
a
conhecer
tablet,
aqui o
they
nosso
have
canal.
procedures on
Lembrando
the
que ainda
tablet.
hoje, a partir das 22 horas, no horário
A
de
few, if they have a
Brasília,
few small items that they might
nós vamos
need
acompanhar
during
aqui ao
the
vivo,
ascent,
então,
they can have them in that little
São
satchel as
Starlink
well.
de número 101.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX's mission known as CREW-7. Good morning to you. It's 12:48 Eastern Time here in Florida.
Né? E se tudo der certo no lançamento de hoje, a chegada da tripulação da CREW-7 vai ser então realizado aí no dia 27, no domingo, dia 27, na parte da manhã.
Giving us some great insight tonight.
E nós vamos acompanhar tudo aí, até então a parte da cerimônia também, de chegada.
Just jump on our social media channels. Facebook, X, and YouTube. Put in the hashtag AskNASA. You can see it
Enquanto vocês acompanham aí, eu vou fazer um pequeno intervalo, eu já volto já. Faltando então 2 horas e 38 minutos para o lançamento. Pelo horário de Brasília, agora
Here's some
são
helicopters
1
in the
hora
distance, maybe clearing the
50
range,
minutos.
checking up on things, making sure that everything is good in the surrounding area. The Ninja in there making those final configuration checks, making sure the crew is strapped in correctly, to be safe and comfortable.
Another one of the key components on making their way into the Dragon is being aware of FOD, right? Foreign object debris. That's a big deal in space flight. They wear special pads on the bottom of their boots that come off once they go in. And then, of course, those technicians want to be aware of anything that falls off the astronauts and make sure that they collect it. You certainly don't want something floating around in inside the Dragon when you're launching.
Yeah, and it's true. Everything floats. I remember that when we made it to space, and you never forget that moment when you first experience weightlessness, but everything experiences weightlessness. So any little particles that were down on the ground that you don't even see, you don't even notice because they're on the floor, everything kind of starts lifting up and coming up. So you really want to avoid having anything else in there that can float up and get lodged somewhere in the hardware or get in your eyes or something like that. But stuff you never really think about, here on Earth. Those are the little things that make living and working in space more difficult, but a lot more fun as well.
Do you remember anything in particular that floated up that you weren't expecting?
No, not really that I wasn't expecting, but that moment, I didn't know about the little particles or dirt pieces on the floor or stuff like that. I hadn't really thought about seeing those.
Estou de volta
lift
então,
up,
nesse momento,
I had my
faltando
tablet
então
strapped to my
2 horas
leg,
e
and I also
35
had a little
minutos
stylus
para o
that was
lançamento.
on a
Estamos
lanyard strapped to
acompanhando
that.
ao
Your
vivo então
pencil or
aqui todo o
stylus is
procedimento
floating
de
there in front of
lançamento
you,
da
and
missão da
you
CREW-7.
never forget those initial
Horário de
moments of
Brasília,
weightlessness.
1 hora e 52 minutos. Lembra então mais uma vez que o horário do lançamento está previsto aí para as 4h27 da manhã.
Pretty dramatic
Então,
when you have that
então os
last
4
engine
estão
cut
a
off,
bordo,
and
né?
suddenly
A
you're in
Jasmin,
weightlessness, and it's
a nossa
prolonged.
comandante aí dos Estados Unidos,
Almost everybody has
nosso
been on a
piloto da
parabolic flight at
Dinamarca,
least before their
Astronauta
missions.
da
You've
ESA,
had some periods of
o
weightlessness,
Andreas,
but those are
e
usually
os
only about 30-35
especialistas da
seconds, so you
missão
don't
da
have that prolonged
JAXA,
feeling. It's
o
totally different.
Furukawa
I felt like a
e
bat
o
hanging upside down.
Cosmonauta Russo.
Because the blood is all rushing to your head.
Yeah.
Because of course gravity is not pulling it down to your feet like it's doing for us sitting down
Então,
here on
todos aí
Earth.
se encontram nesse
Like you're
momento
hanging off the monkey bars,
a
that
bordo
kind of
então
feeling
da
of all
Dragon
blood rushing to your head,
SpaceX,
and
né,
that just
terminando
doesn't
aí
go
os
away.
procedimentos
You kind of get used to it,
de
and your
embarque,
body adapts a bit and becomes accustomed to the
né, aí
feelings, and you have a little bit of
ajeitando aí toda
redistribution of
a
your body
parte aí
fluids,
do
so things
traje, né,
change over time. But
do assento,
yeah, you
dos
just feel, I
cintos,
just felt like I was hanging upside down, and
tudo,
here you are.
You notice that, I've
tudo
noticed that
sendo
when
checado, né,
watching
para que nada
interviews
dê errado.
on the International Space Station, some astronauts will look fuller in the face, and that's got to be exactly what you're talking now. Their blood pressure and all the pressure of the fluids internally are now going to distribute differently in space, right?
Yeah,
you actually look different.
Yeah, the pressure kind of remains the same, but you have a redistribution of where the fluids are. So
Okay.
yeah, exactly. You have this upward shift because we're not pulling things down with gravity. So yeah, some people have a much fuller face.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. It gets rid of those under eye bags and wrinkles. Very flattering, microgravity.
Okay. I remember what you did on International Women's Day. You wore a dress.
I did. Pretty sure that was the first dress in space.
I think it was. And that clip really stands out online.
Well, I think it's important, to represent everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so nice about the makeup of our office and of the partner agencies now is that you do have so much diversity in the office. Astronauts don't just look like one thing anymore.
Agora então que estamos aí com 95% de chance, né,
still the
de ocorrer
traditional
o
military
lançamento,
test pilots like the first
a
astronauts,
parte
but we
da
have
questão
scientists of all
climática.
types, we have medical doctors, we have engineers, we have men, we have women, we have people from all different ethnicities and backgrounds, and that makes it just a much more interesting place to work. There are so many studies on the ground, right, that show that we have more successful, more productive teams, and we have that kind of diversity and actually much more job satisfaction as well.
Mm. I believe we have a social question as the astronauts are getting comfortable in their seats, got their harnesses on. Coming up in a little bit, we'll be articulating their seats up to launch position. And here's our question from Savannah again, who is here taking everything in with the NASA social group. How is it decided, Jessica, who gets to go up on each designated mission?
Well, it's certainly not decided by us, I can tell you that. And we have a chief astronaut for each space agency, and for us,
Nesse momento, como
that's
vocês
Joe
podem
Cobb. We
observar,
talked
eles
about
estão
him,
aí
we saw him
realizando
in the
aí
suit room. And basically, that chief gets to decide who is the right person to fly for
estão
each
ligando aí
mission.
todos
And
os
we get
sistemas aí da
approval from
Dragon.
people above him, his bosses as well, but he's really
Daqui a pouco então
responsible
vamos ouvir aí a
for
comunicação
forming those
deles
crews and
via rádio
getting
dentro de
everybody
instantes.
assigned on their missions and making sure that he has a nice
Estão
crew
fazendo
complement.
parte de inicialização aí dos
And there's
sistemas
certain skill sets. All astronauts,
Dragon,
as you mentioned,
dos
are not the
painéis, né?
same, but then there are
da
skill
parte também de
sets
comunicação.
that once combined with the crew
Aí estamos, portanto, aí checando os
are complementary.
rádios,
Copy,
cada
Dragon.
um.
Stand by for umbilical comm check.
Yeah, absolutely. Now for the space station, we all have the same
Nesse
training.
momento
So
aí, temos
everybody
nosso
is
primeiro
trained on
contato
everything
da
from
Dragon
science to
SpaceX.
spacewalks to flying the arm.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
E aí, nesse momento, fazendo então a inicialização dos sistemas da
Core,
Dragon.
loud and clear.
How's you loud and clear? How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
This one has you loud and clear. How me?
É só aqui você vê também com o áudio da transmissão.
So I have you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Thanks, Dragon. Roll out.
So we just got good comm checks with each of the crew members aboard CREW-7.
Faltando então 2
Going from
horas
left to right.
29 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos aí iniciando então o procedimento de
Andreas
checagem dos
Mogensen.
sistemas da
Copy,
Dragon
Dragon. We will report when initiating.
e da comunicação também.
Jasmin Moghbeli and Satoshi Furukawa.
And Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
Vão iniciar então o processo de inclinação da cadeira, dos assentos para 90 graus.
So there they
E
go.
aí estão eles aí fazendo então o
The
processo
big
de
wave as they
rotação
rotate
então
the
das
seats upwards
cadeiras
so they can be better configured for launch, of course, and also
para a configuração
be
de
able to see their
lançamento.
display panels directly in front of them.
Então eles vão
Yeah,
ficar
the
na
main
posição
reason why
aí
we
de
wanna launch
90
and
graus.
land in that position is for the G forces, the gravitational forces that we experience. Get up to 3 or 4 Gs on launch and landing, on a nominal launch and landing. And when you take those G
E
forces
aí pronto,
through your
rotação
chest, so
concluída.
when you're on your back, those forces are coming straight down, so they're
Então a
hitting through
rotação
your
nesse momento
chest.
então foi
That's much
concluída
easier
com
to deal with
sucesso.
than if you were sitting straight up, then they were hitting your head. That would really drive the blood out of your head, and that's why, if you're flying a jet, that kind of thing.
Dragon
Às
SpaceX
2 horas
seats
no horário
are
de
in launch
Brasília,
position.
faltando aí
You are go for section
2
2,
horas
suit
e
leak check
27
preparation.
minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí fazendo então as operações agora para a configuração de lançamento, né? Iniciando com a Vou iniciar então com
So
a
yeah, if you're a
rotação
pilot
dos
and you have
assentos
those
à
G-forces
angulação
that you're
de 90
experiencing while
graus.
sitting up, the blood can drain from your head, and that's why you can get
Mais uma vez a
dizzy or
imagem
lose
do lado de
consciousness,
fora
and you
da
have
Dragon
a G-suit on, or
SpaceX,
maybe you do
da
different
torre.
maneuvers to help counter that. So it's much easier on the human body to take those G-forces through your chest. And we train in centrifuges as well, so that we become accustomed to what those G-forces are how they feel and make sure that you can still feel comfortable, function.
Então, nosso
with what you have
reloginho
to
aí,
do.
né, está de
For me,
acordo
for the
com o
Soyuz training,
cronômetro lá da
we
NASA, né?
did
Tá
a
tudo
lot of that in
certinho.
Star City with the
Faltando então 2
centrifuge.
horas e
We
27
went up
minutos
to
para o
8 Gs,
lançamento.
and we also did some landing profiles
Lembrando que o
under
horário do
the
lançamento
G, so you're in
previsto para as
centrifuge
4
and you're
horas e 27
controlling where your
minutos.
descent is to make sure, you know, to see what that would really feel like for the real day. And actually, I was pretty surprised. You know, taking those Gs, as we said, through the chest is a lot easier to deal with.
8 Gs is a lot, though.
8 Gs is a lot, and that's a lot more than you would experience on a normal launch and landing, but that would be for the Soyuz for a ballistic entry. If you had something a little bit off nominal with your re-entry and you went into that different type of profile, you could experience around 8 Gs. So that's why we train for that.
Então, lembrando que o
SpaceX
nosso
crews
próximo
do Center for
lançamento na
Training as well
Flórida
here in
vai
the
ser no
US.
complexo de lançamento número 40.
I'm not sure what the maximum of that
A missão
profile is.
está
Probably,
ali
they probably
ainda
fly
hoje.
similar. I think they actually
Vai
fly
tirar
the
22
real
horas.
Dragon profile for launch and landing, which would be up to around 4 Gs.
We're getting great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff of CREW-7. Now just T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes and counting. But hey, you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience, folks. Take a look now as our Crew-5 astronauts explain how you can get your virtual guest passport and be part of the excitement.
Did you know there's been
Então, temos aí o passaporte virtual da NASA, né? Quem quiser se inscrever aí.
If you missed the QR
Faltando aí
code,
2 horas e
jot
24
this
minutos
website
para o
down.
lançamento.
Just register on
Temos aí então o QR Code aí do passaporte virtual guest, né? Do passaporte virtual aí da
Be our
NASA.
guest. We want to have
programa
everybody here with us along with our
da
mission.
NASA, né?
It's
Quem quiser então
incredibly
se inscrever aí, é
important to us.
só entrar no
This
QR
isn't our
Code
mission, not as the astronauts or
da
cosmonauts on
NASA
board.
aí,
This is
ou então
everybody's mission. All
nasa.gov
of our
barra
agencies, all of our
virtual
countries,
guest.
really the entire planet and all of humankind. And we really do take that seriously. It's a lot of responsibility, but we want to be able to share it with everybody. It's an important part of the job.
E, portanto, faltando 2 horas e 23 minutos para o lançamento. Já estamos aí acompanhando ao vivo do horário de Brasília, 2 horas e 4 minutos.
Yes, Andreas Mogensen's
Estamos aí com a transmissão ao vivo, então, com todos os detalhes para você. Ainda do lançamento, então, da missão da CREW-7.
Once they test again the pressure suits,
Lembrando que ontem também tivemos, na parte da tarde, aí às 14 horas e 37 minutos no horário da tarde, né, nós tivemos o teste estático com o booster 09, aí da Spacex, do Super Heavy. Foi realizado com sucesso lá em Boca Chica, no Texas. E nós transmitimos ao vivo para vocês aqui.
At any time during the space flight, those suits would inflate and they would protect us, still provide us with the air that we need to breathe and protect all of the systems of our body. So that's why we wear them. Nominally, during the mission, you would never have it
Então,
inflated
lembrando
at
mais uma
all,
vez aí
just
que o
during
horário
these
do
pressure
lançamento
checks to
está
make sure that it
programado
works.
para as 4h27
You would
da
never
manhã, no
wear this
horário
suit
de Brasília, dentro de
outside
2 horas
of
e
the
21
Dragon.
minutos
This is
e
just in
50
case,
segundos.
something breaks the hull or somehow you lose your atmosphere inside the Dragon.
Right, absolutely, that's correct. So the spacesuit that we wear to do spacewalks on the space station, the extravehicular mobility unit, or the EMU,
SpaceX Dragon
much different than these
received
suits.
4 good suit leak checks.
Dragon, we copy and concur for good suit leak checks. Closeout team will be performing its final closeout steps. You are go to proceed to Section 4 and report when ready to close the side hatch.
Dragon, proceeding with
Então, nesse momento, então, vai ser dado, iniciando aí o procedimento agora de fechamento da escotilha. Então, nesse momento aí, às 2 horas e 6 minutos no horário de Brasília, na contagem regressiva, 2 horas e 21 minutos. Então, nesse momento aí, vamos dar o procedimento de inicialização aí de fechamento da escotilha da Dragon. Então aí, portanto, já podemos ver aí as equipes da SpaceX, né, então fazendo aí o trabalho de fechamento então da escotilha da Dragon SpaceX.
Technicians working to inspect the seal both on the inside of Dragon and on the outside before they close that side hatch.
Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, really important
Copy,
to make
Dragon.
sure.
Crew is ready for side hatch closure. At this time, we are also going to proceed into our pre-launch comm checks.
Want to make sure nothing is along that hatch seal. Even a hair, something as small as a hair, can disrupt the seal. Another reason why those ninjas are all really covered up so that they don't, have anything fall in when they're going in and out of the hatch.
In fact, we did have a hair breach the seal and had to reopen it up on a previous mission and get it cleaned out.
Exactly. Another reason why we do these checks, to make sure everything is in the proper configuration before we go.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC, on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. And Dragon, LD on Dragon
Então, nesse
ground,
momento, como a gente pode observar, às 2 horas e 10 minutos no horário de Brasília, faltando 2 horas e 17 minutos para o lançamento.
LD,
Estamos aí no
clear,
procedimento
let's go
aí
fly.
de fechamento e selagem da escotilha da Dragon SpaceX.
And Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copies.
So we just had the communication checks across the ground stations and the TDRS satellite network. You need a lot of ways to be able to communicate with a spacecraft when it's accelerating at a high rate of speed going up to space, and then of course once it's in orbit.
Estamos aí então aguardando o fechamento da escotilha da Dragon SpaceX, faltando aí 2 horas, 15 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. No horário de Brasília, 2 horas e 12 minutos. Você está assistindo então ao canal UPTV com a cobertura especial aí da CREW-7 desde o início da madrugada de hoje, né, no horário aqui no Brasil, né? Estamos então acompanhando aí toda essa trajetória aí da tripulação da Dragon SpaceX aí da CREW-7.
You're watching live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's CREW-7 mission to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA's Daryl Nail joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff. CREW-7 got up early this morning, T-minus 7 hours. Had their medical checks, their pre-launch meal.
Então temos aí 2 horas e 14 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aguardando então o momento então de fechamento da escotilha da Dragon SpaceX.
Right around T-minus 3 hours and change. And since then, they've gone up the launch tower and into the Dragon, where they are strapped in, secured, had their suit leak checks, individual comm checks, and spacecraft communication checks. And now we are awaiting the closure of the side hatch. And we've got a range of time in which this can happen.
Yeah, we're looking pretty smooth so far. Those good leak checks, good comm checks. Crew is all situated and ready. I think those feelings of anticipation are building up now as they start thinking about what's going to happen in 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
It will be exciting, and we will have all the best views. It certainly will be exciting, and we'll have all the best views as they go into space. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of SpaceX and NASA's CREW-7 mission to the International Space Station from here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We have beautiful weather for launch. We are 95% go. It doesn't get any better than that, Jessica.
Wow, I don't think I've heard a number that high for a while. Yeah, sounds great.
The 45th Space Wing started going to increments of 5 percentage points They used to do just 10, but then they changed
Então,
it
mais
to
uma
5.
vez aí,
Now, the
estamos
best you can
com
get used to be 90%. Now
95%
it's
então de chance
95%.
de ocorrer o
Alright.
lançamento, né? É a primeira vez também que eu
Can't
vejo
ever get 100, though.
uma chance
Just has to
dessa de
be,
quase
you know,
100% aí, né?
95.
De ter um
Well, we've got
lançamento
a lot of
hoje.
overachievers on board. That's
Mas
probably
lembrando que o horário de
difficult for a lot
lançamento
of
está
people in our
previsto aí para
office not to
acontecer
hit
às
that
4
100%.
horas e 27 minutos no horário de Brasília. Faltando então aí 2 horas e 12 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos
It is
aí
Florida, though. It's
na
always
parte já da
unpredictable around
etapa
here,
do
with
fechamento
winds, with thunderstorms,
e selagem
clouds.
da escotilha.
Luckily, we don't see any of that tonight.
Então lembrando que a tripulação
Or this
já
morning, I
está
guess I
a
should
bordo aí
This
say.
morning, indeed,
da Dragon, né?
1:15
Então aí nossa,
a.m.
para quem está
Eastern
chegando
time
agora, né?
right now,
Vamos então reapresentar a tripulação
here
para
on the East
vocês,
Coast.
né? A nossa astronauta da
of the United
NASA,
States.
comandante da missão,
If you're
Jasmin
watching
Moghbeli, dos Estados
over
Unidos.
in Europe or Japan,
Nosso astronauta da ESA, da Dinamarca, o piloto
closer to
da
the
missão,
afternoon, especially over
Andreas
Japan.
Mogensen,
Of course, we have JAXA astronaut
da JAXA,
Satoshi
do
Furukawa,
Japão, nosso especialista da
that
missão,
nation,
o
a strong
Satoshi
participant.
Furukawa, né, que é médico. É a segunda vez que ele vai à Estação Espacial Internacional. E o nosso segundo especialista da missão, da Rússia, cosmonauta Konstantin Borisov.
7:16 a.m. in Copenhagen, so Andy's fans are probably waking up. What a great way to start their day over there in Denmark. Great start to a weekend on a Saturday morning.
Então aí pelo
Absolutely.
horário
Wake
de
up,
Brasília agora são 2 horas
coffee
e
and
17 minutos,
watch
faltando
your
então aí
countrymen go to space.
2 horas e 10 minutos para o lançamento.
And once Andy, speaking of Andy, once he arrives at Space Station, he'll be able to take over as commander of the International Space Station. That's quite a responsibility.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's a nice experience to be able to have some different representation in those roles. You know, he's not the commander of this vehicle, but he'll be the commander on board the ISS, and each of those carries a lot of different responsibilities and so our next step will be closing that side hatch. Is that right? Waiting for that move?
Yeah, that's right. We expected that at T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes, but they have a window of time in which they can close that side hatch. And then they'll pressure test it, do the leak check on the side hatch. There's a lot of margin built in to the timeline. So that in case they have something come up, they have time to work it. We've seen that happen on a few missions prior.
Em momentos de aí para o fechamento então da escotilha, estamos aguardando,
Getting some
estamos
more thumbs up from the crew. More waves.
em momentos então de aguardo então para o fechamento da escotilha.
And Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking its final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
Spacex Dragon copies. All item disappear.
Nesse momento aí vai ser então iniciada nesse momento a parte então de fechamento da escotilha.
Just like we mentioned, want to make sure that things aren't going to be floating away from them in the launch environment. Straps and Velcro are your best friend when you're in space.
I've always likened that call to the stow your tray table and put your seat upright, you know.
No in-flight service for them, but like that question that was asked earlier, there will be water and snacks.
And as we await side hatch closure, if you've got a question for our own Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, just punch up #AskNASA on the social sites, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Jessica's doing a great job answering those questions and sharing her experience when she went to space. Here's a question at Spacecraft-7. What is the main purpose of CREW-7's mission to the space station?
The main purpose of CREW-7's mission is to support the International Space Station in all of its science and operations during their stay there. So what does that mean? You know, now that we are at assembly complete for the space station, which we reached back many years ago.
Então, nesse momento aí, faltando 2 horas e 5 minutos e 50 segundos para o lançamento, às 2 horas e 21 minutos, 22 minutos agora. Então, nesse momento, oficialmente, então, está fechado a escotilha, às 2 horas e 22 minutos. Então, a escotilha está oficialmente fechada.
Plumbers or electricians coming up to help us out, so we have to be able to do all the work ourselves. We do spacewalks. We have to do certain repairs outside the space station. All of those things are part of a
E agora, nesse momento, estamos aí fazendo os preparativos para o selamento, né? E também agora para a parte de pressurização da escotilha. Agora, neste momento, estamos iniciando a parte de pressurização da escotilha.
With this crew. One of them is the crew themselves. We have a big physiology study called CIPHER. I think we're going to hear more about that later in the broadcast from some of the scientists involved, but that's a comprehensive physiological suite. It's about 14 different studies that are really targeted at comparing and contrasting different mission durations. So, you know, we have had short shuttle missions in the past. We have typically 6-month missions on the space station, and we have a few that were more around the year mark. We want to see if there are differences in different lengths so that we can try to forecast ahead toward our really long duration mission, which will be to Mars. You know, that mission right now with current methods
and
of technology
Dragon
will
SpaceX,
be about 3 years.
we are commencing a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So when you go to Mars, it takes about 6 to 9 months to get there, 6 to 9 months to get back. You want to spend a good amount of time there on the surface as well to make it worthwhile. So that's why we call it about a 3-year mission. And we want to understand the physiology involved in that kind of length of a mission. So that's really what this CIPHER study is designed to get at. Try to understand the differences between these short and longer. You know, what happens between 6 months and a year? Is there just a plateau that is reached? Do things stop changing? Or do we have a linear increase in certain parameters or that kind of thing? We want to understand more about those experiments. There's a sleep in orbit experiment that sounds pretty interesting. I think Andy will be a subject for that one. I'm not sure, maybe someone else as well. That uses an earbud EEG, an electroencephalogram, to measure brain waves, look at brain activity during sleep. So pretty cool EEG on board. You know, I speculated that it would be so cool to have an EEG on board crew members to see what's happening to the brain when you first go up in microgravity for the first time, because you are navigating in this 3-dimensional environment for the first time. You know, sitting here, of course, we're in 3D, but we're not really using things above our head, in the ceiling, on a ceiling, and that kind of thing. On the space station, we use all of the planes. We use the floor, the ceiling, all of the walls, all equally. And so you're navigating in this different way, and these different pathways are really forming in your brain in order to accommodate for that. It was a really interesting feeling I felt during the first few weeks I was in space, where I felt like my brain would actually do these flip-flops. If I went from the floor up to the ceiling and I was working there, you know, here on Earth, when we think about how we navigate and move around, it's all in relation to down, because we have this gravitational vector pointing down toward the Earth. When you don't have that in space, you know, suddenly there's no right or left. And if I'm up on the ceiling working, my brain would kind of reinterpret that as being the floor, or the deck, as we call it on the space station. So then when I, you know, lifted my head up, I didn't know which way to turn, because, you know, I was on the ceiling, but my body felt like it was on the floor. And that takes a couple of weeks for your body to get used to. And I think these new neural pathways are forming. And such an interesting thing for me as a physiologist, because I felt like I could really feel that happening.
And Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Jaws, we'll keep this one short. At this time, the Dragon team and F9 teams are not tracking any issues, and you couldn't ask for better weather. How copy?
Dragon copies. Good to hear.
So you feel that up in space. You feel the difference of how your brain has this remarkable plasticity. Your brain can adapt in this new way. And after a couple weeks, I didn't feel that anymore.
You're saying you actually felt?
Yeah, you could sort of feel this flip-flop. It's a strange thing to kind of describe, but you could sense it almost. And then a few weeks later, that feeling was gone, and I was, you know, more effortless in terms of navigating around the space station. You become really graceful in your movements. You know, just the tip of a finger can push you off toward one direction. So it's really interesting to see how the brain and the body are so moldable and adaptable.
Está assistindo o canal WillPTV, atenção para o tempo e horário da missão.
Wow.
Estamos aí no tempo regressivo para o lançamento, 2 horas. Né? Estamos aí a 2 horas para o lançamento e no horário de Brasília, 2 horas e 27 minutos. Estamos aí nessa transmissão especial na cobertura da missão da CREW-7 em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que nesse momento, então, a escotilha já está fechada e estamos aí, então, no procedimento aí de pressurização da nave, da cápsula Dragon, e vai em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que estamos aí com a parte, então, de clima, com 95% de chance de ocorrer o lançamento aí na plataforma 39A, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, Estados Unidos.
It's been a smooth countdown so far. Countdown proceeding nominally. Onboard Dragon spacecraft endurance. We've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. We saw the astronaut seats. They were also rotated into flight position. We got the suit leak checks successfully completed. The closeout lead verified the cabin environments were good. We got the side hatch closed.
E se você está chegando agora aqui no nosso canal, né, não deixe de deixar aí a sua inscrição, seu like, né, para que mais pessoas possam também acompanhar nesta madrugada aí aqui no Brasil, né, aí o lançamento então da CREW-7. Lembrando que se der tudo certo hoje, a chegada deles na Estação Espacial Internacional será no dia 27 da manhã, no domingo, dia 27 de agosto.
You leave with the closeout team.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody remains on the pad for the launch. That would be bad.
Well, absolutely. I was wondering if they had already left, but
no. Right
all
now
leave
they're
together.
still there. Yeah, that's right. So Anne is still there. Probably hanging out somewhere around that phone area, and then she will leave with the closeout team.
Anne McClain, she's talking about, spaceflight veteran, NASA astronaut. And there she
There
is.
she is, yeah.
So those technicians, they stand by at that location. They are just on the other side of the crew access arm in the launch tower. And then you have a designated SpaceX team
Estamos aí agora no
that is inside that
aguardo
flight room.
do procedimento, então, o término da pressurização, então, aí
As
da,
they continue to check that side
da
hatch.
cápsula Dragon.
Been getting some great stuff from Jessica. Just fascinating to listen to you talk about all the aspects of space flight and the experiments that are going on and what it was like for you. We certainly know that space flight is not child's play.
2 horas e 30 minutos no horário
Did you know
de Brasília.
that every
Faltando aí
Dragon
1 hora e
astronaut crew
57
brings a
minutos para
stuffed
o
toy
lançamento.
with them. Its purpose?
Falta
Well,
pouquinho,
when the
pessoal.
toy starts floating, the crew then knows that they have reached 0G. That's the confirmation. And there's been a few of these over the years. Of course, as we've done our missions, that toy is called a 0G indicator, and there's been 8 on Dragon so far. Starting with this little guy, Plush Earth, floating around by himself in the first uncrewed flight test in 2019 called
And
Demo 1.
That was Anne McLean again.
And it was, once she was on Space Station. This is a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob and Doug's sons. Then we go to Crew 1, Baby Yoda. The first stuffed animal, there's a penguin, Gwyn, the penguin, with Crew 2. And then Crew 3, the turtle, classmates Raja
E
Charlie.
aí temos todos os
Baron,
bichinhos de
of course.
pelúcia, né, que eles levaram desde a
And then you see
Demo
the
1.
first humanoid. That was the Einstein doll floating around. There he is. We spot shadowed him. And then here, inside the International Space Station, there's Suhail, the mascot for the United
Todos os
Arab
mascotes aí
Emirates.
até agora. E
So
qual
the
será
question
dessa
is,
vez?
Jessica, what did CREW-7 bring?
You know, I do know what they have, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to reveal it quite yet. We're going to wait for the view? Let's wait
Yeah.
for the view.
Let's wait.
When we get it
Dragon,
in the view,
SpaceX, nominal side hatch leak check.
I can't tell you about mine. On Soyuz, we have this tradition as well.
SpaceX Dragon copies, nominal side hatch leak check.
Good call there, though, on the side hatch leak check. That's good.
My commander brought, it was a small stuffed unicorn. I think it was from his daughter. So that was what we had to demonstrate microgravity for us. And really for everybody watching, because
Yeah.
that's, you're still strapped in during all those moments. So it's difficult to tell if there's any weightlessness yet or any relative motion. But that's why you have the microgravity, the zero gravity indicator. Not truly zero gravity, so it's a microgravity indicator, I'd say. Or even sometimes called a 1G indicator, because you can see when you're back in 1G when you're landing as well.
So you use it on the way down.
I think so. I'm not sure if the Dragon they still have in the capsule on the way down, if it's secured or not.
Está assistindo ao canal UPTV, atenção para o tempo e horário da missão. Nesse momento na regressiva, estamos aí com um tempo de 1 hora, 53 minutos e 45 segundos para o lançamento. E no horário de Brasília, 2 horas e 34 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando aí todos os procedimentos então, para o lançamento da missão da CREW-7, onde nesse momento já se encontram a bordo da Dragon SpaceX a tripulação então da CREW-7, que são eles, né? A astronauta da NASA dos Estados Unidos, a Jasmin Moghbeli, comandante da missão, nosso piloto, astronauta da ESA, aí da Dinamarca, Andreas Mogensen, da JAXA, o nosso astronauta do Japão, o especialista da missão, o Satoshi Furukawa, e da Rússia, nosso cosmonauta, segundo especialista da missão, o Konstantin Borisov. Então, nesse momento, todos os 4 já se encontram a bordo dentro da Dragon Spacex e a escotilha fechada, e eles estão aí da parte então, de procedimento então, da pressurização da Dragon Endeavour. E lembrando, se tudo der certo agora, no lançamento de hoje, às 4h27 da manhã, a aproximação e a chegada deles ocorrerá no domingo, dia 27. E nós vamos, claro, acompanhar juntos aqui também, com transmissão, então, a partir das 7h55 da manhã. No caso, no domingo, dia 27.
For Artemis updates, please see the QR code on your screen right now. Or you could visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis 2. Certainly, you know all the crew members.
Claro que a missão Artemis 2, né, vem aí. É para 2024, previsão então de lançamento no dia 30
Victor
de
Glover
novembro.
were even part of your astronaut class, the 8 balls, right? 2013?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I am good friends with
Onde
all
então
4
vamos
of them.
acompanhar aí também
And
aqui ao
especially
vivo
with
nessa
those 2, with
transmissão
Victor and Christina
especial
being my
aí
classmates, it
da
makes
Artemis
it
2.
even more meaningful.
Será
You know, when
tripulada.
you are classmates with new astronauts, there were 8 of us, of course, called the 8 balls, and they're like your brothers and sisters, truly. They really are. And we, you know, I know if anything happened day or night, I could call on any one of them, no questions asked. And it's really, really exciting that we're going to be sharing this moment with them. When I was on board, I even had, we at one moment, when I arrived, we had 4 members of
Atenção
our
para o
class.
tempo e
Half
horário
of
da
our class was
missão.
actually on
Estamos
board the
aí
space
com
station
1
at
hora
the
e
same time.
50 minutos
Nick
na
Hague was
conta
still there for the
regressiva
first
para o
8 days of my
lançamento.
flight. Christina,
Você
as
está
we just
assistindo
talked
ao
about from the
canal
Artemis 2
UP
crew, she
TV
was
com a
up there
missão então
already.
especial
Course, the
aí,
historic
transmissão
all-female
especial da
spacewalk.
That's
CREW-7.
right.
2019, yeah.
And
E pelo
Drew
horário de
Morgan was there
Brasília,
as well.
2
So
horas e
4 of
38
us
minutos.
from the
Lembrando
class,
que o
and that
horário
was truly something
do
we
lançamento
never
então está
thought would
previsto
happen.
para
You know,
acontecer
a lot
às
of times,
4h27
especially in
da
the
manhã,
past, you would see
no horário de
if a
Brasília.
rookie astronaut flew the first
Então na
time, often they were with more
plataforma
experienced people, so you didn't
39A,
have a lot
Centro
of rookies
Espacial
all at
Kennedy,
once,
na
or 4
Flórida,
of your classmates at
Estados
once.
Unidos.
So in the end, that's how it happened for us, and we couldn't have been happier. You know, it's again, you're flying with these people that you're so already so close with and know each other so well.
Lembrando que estamos aí com 95% de chance de
And of course,
ocorrer
half
no
of that
lançamento
class
hoje.
was women, right? It was four men and 4 women.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first time that we've ever had that 50-50 ratio. You know, we still don't have a 50-50 ratio in the office, but we're trending in the right direction. I think we have about maybe 35% women right now, but heading in the right direction, really like all the STEM fields. And that's why it's such an exciting time when we are starting to have more equity from different backgrounds in everything that we do.
As we look at the launch pad there, pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, the Falcon 9 rocket, and the Dragon spacecraft on top. We're counting down towards the next few milestones, and we're waiting for the closeout team to leave the White Room and then eventually drive away. That'll be at T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes, and then a few minutes after that, they'll drive away from the tower. There you see them by the elevators, wrapping up their work on the launch tower, and of course taking a lot of that equipment with them.
Nesse momento, a equipe então da SpaceX ali na torre,
while they finish their
plataforma
work,
ali da torre
Let's
ali da
learn more
plataforma,
about
ali já
what the
começa
astronauts are going to do once they arrive at
o
the
procedimento
International
então
Space
de
Station.
evacuação.
Let's take a look at their mission overview.
Estamos aguardando então aí o encerramento então da fechamento da escotilha. Então vamos ver um pouquinho aí da missão de hoje. Então estamos com imagens de Houston, aí do Texas. Estamos aí no Centro de Controle da Estação Espacial Internacional em Houston, no Texas. Então aí pelo tempo regressivo agora, faltando 1h44 pelo horário de Brasília. Então pelo tempo regressivo da missão, né, 1h44 para o lançamento, e no horário de Brasília, 2h43.
New home in space. Like many launches to the International Space Station, today's launch has an instantaneous launch window, meaning the crew must launch at exactly 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time to line up with this space station. Launching at that time puts us in an orbit
Então lembrando aí que o horário do lançamento então ainda continua previsto para as 4h27 da manhã no horário de Brasília, 3h27 da manhã no horário Eastern Time.
Expedition 70 once the Soyuz MS-23 departs in a few weeks with NASA's Frank Rubio on board. He will land September 27th with the longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut with 371 days in space. Once on board, CREW-7 will conduct a direct handover with CREW-6, and CREW-6 will remain on board the station until their scheduled undocking day.
Vai retornar à Terra a partir do dia 1º de setembro, né, que também nós vimos aqui o lançamento deles.
After docking and hatch opening on Saturday, CREW-6 will give CREW-7 a safety briefing and orientation, which might be particularly helpful for the first
né? Então aí
Time space flyers on this flight, NASA's
eles vão
Jasmin
então
Moghbeli and
recepcioná-los. Aí a
Roscosmos
tripulação da
cosmonaut Konstantin
CREW-7 está no
Borisov.
dia
As the
27
station is first and foremost a
de
laboratory, the crew
agosto,
will
aí
jump
no
right
domingo.
into conducting experiments with new research
Mas
still
se
to be
tudo der
delivered
certo
on
aí
upcoming cargo
no
flights.
lançamento hoje.
For now, we'll send it back to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Looking at pad
E aí voltamos então com as
39A,
imagens da Dragon SpaceX,
rocket and
da
the
Dragon
spacecraft that will
Endeavour.
go to that destination.
Faltando então aí
Courtney just
1 hora e
gave us an
42
update on
minutos
the
e
International
30
Space
segundos para o lançamento. No horário de Brasília, agora 2 horas e 45
flown from
minutos.
Mission Control in Houston.
Faltando pouco aí então
Give you an
para
update
o
on
nosso
what's happening out the
lançamento.
pad. We've got the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft. They are
Eu vou fazer
buckled in,
então um pequeno intervalo, né?
plugged in, ready to
Mas
go,
vocês
and
aí
the comm
continuam aí
check is
acompanhando
completed.
as imagens.
And right now,
Logo volto.
the closeout crew is making their way,
Nesse momento
finishing
as
up their work
equipes
and making their
então
way out of the launch tower.
Dragon
You can see there.
SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
So that means they're
nesse momento as equipes então da SpaceX já iniciam o procedimento de evacuação
to the elevators
da
and then back down to their
plataforma de
vehicles
lançamento.
to clear out of the blast danger area. There you see their
Então aí estão os
vehicles awaiting
veículos,
them, the
né?
three
Tá esperando
Teslas
então
that
as
took the
equipes
astronauts to the launch pad.
aí da plataforma
They will take
descerem, né?
the
Para
closeout
poder
crew
então fazer a parte da evacuação.
out of the perimeter of the launch area, and they will stand by at an area a good distance away from the launch pad. We're 1 hour and 41 minutes and counting until liftoff, and
Então, pelo horário de Brasília, 2 horas e 46 minutos. Você está assistindo ao canal UPTV. Pelo tempo regressivo de missão, 1 hora e 41 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando aí a missão CREW-7. Todos os detalhes então da CREW-7 você acompanha aqui ao vivo. E aí, portanto, um pouquinho aí da Estação Espacial Internacional, onde vai ser a nova casa da CREW-7 por 6 meses. E nós vamos aí acompanhar toda essa trajetória também, incluindo, lógico, as caminhadas espaciais que a gente acompanha sempre aqui ao vivo. E aí vimos um pouquinho da Estação Espacial Internacional, né, onde vai ser a nova casa da
Jessica,
da tripulação da CREW-7 por 6
of
meses.
course, as an astronaut with the
Então, pelo tempo
astronaut
regressivo do
and
lançamento
a
aí,
scientist
menos de
himself.
1h e 38
Pretty
minutos.
curious about some of the science that's
E
going
pelo
on,
horário de
on
Brasília,
this,
2h e 49
Yeah, we talked about
minutos.
some of the experiments already.
Falta
The
bem pouco aí
cipher,
para o nosso
physiology,
lançamento, hein?
psychological
Estamos aí
experiments,
acompanhando
sleep in orbit
o lançamento
experiment.
então da
There's another one that I find
CREW-7.
particularly interesting. It's called ISS external microorganisms. So this is a really cool one because for the first time we're going to be taking samples during the spacewalk to determine whether or not the space station releases microorganisms through things like life support vents. So we'll be swabbing and collecting these samples to try to understand how far they go, how many of them are there, how far they travel, and get a good idea for what it would be like. In particular, if we think about going forward and being good stewards. Now, I like to think about when we travel, we need to be good stewards of our planet. So if we're going to the surface of Mars one day, we need to understand what kind of contamination we might be having and what kind of effect we might have on that planet. So this microorganisms experiment will help understand a little bit more of the impact that we have. And to me, that is the ultimate experiment because it is science and a spacewalk at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
My two favorite things. So if I could knock both out at once, I mean, that would be incredible.
A double winner right there. And so they're going to actually swab the outside of the space station?
Yeah, they're going to collect those samples during that spacewalk.
How about that? Now, what are these vents that you're talking about? What are they venting?
So some of the vents are for the life support system. So, we are introducing an atmosphere into the space station to give us the air that we need to breathe. And so there are some vents associated with life support systems in general, stuff that is off-gassed or released to the external environment.
Out into space.
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
And so you're wondering if by chance there could be some microorganisms out there growing, which would just blow my mind if there were.
Right, and perhaps rapidly evolving in the space environment.
How about that? Fascinating. And as a scientist, Jessica, you did a lot of work early in your career. You've talked a little bit about that. And it calls back to an experiment that is worth mentioning now that had some amazing results. And when you were working on this experiment, it even got a catchy name called Mighty Mouse. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit of that with our audiences. This is a mission to the International Space Station, and science is at the forefront. You were involved in an experiment that had some pretty incredible results.
Yeah, the Mighty Mouse experiment is one of my favorite ones to talk about for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a physiologist, as we mentioned, and so there's a lot of similarities between the work that I've done and working with animals. This experiment looked at the myostatin and blocking that pathway, degradation is not inhibited, and they have much more muscle on board. And you could feel that in the mice. When I was doing the experiment, holding the mice, you could feel how strong they were and how much bigger they were. Interestingly, when we treated another set of mice, again, just the normal mice, with a therapeutic agent, they also did not lose muscle or bone mass in space. What I'm pointing to right there in this picture, this is a bone densitometer. So we were actually putting the mice into this bone densitometer and imaging their bone density while they were on board the International Space Station to get these images, because we're looking at not only muscle but also bone. These pathways are important for both muscle and bone. And why is this important? This is important for a lot of different reasons. First of all, here on the ground, we have a lot of different disease states that have different types of bone loss or muscle wasting, muscular dystrophy, osteoporosis, heart disease, any kind of disuse wasting of the muscle for like elderly people or bedridden people. And if we can understand more about the mechanisms involved in these pathways, we can help those patients. And the other interesting thing about this experiment in general is that it also has applications to space. You know, you saw a video earlier of us exercising in space, incredibly important part of our day. We have 2-hour blocks on our schedule because if we don't exercise every day, we will have significant muscle loss and bone density loss. We have these really large systems on the space station, these pieces of exercise equipment to keep our bones and muscles healthy. But when we talk about going back to the moon, going to Mars for long periods of stay, we'll have smaller capsules. We won't have these big pieces of equipment. And so we might need to employ some of these strategies that we're learning about on the International Space Station. So that's why this experiment is such a favorite of mine. It really touches life back here on Earth, helping patients with various disease states. Also is applicable to the future of space travel as well. And even I'll cap it off with a really interesting story of the investigators. Se-Jin Lee and Emily Germain Lee, they met back in college. Se-Jin was working on the myostatin pathway, the one involved in the muscles, and Emily, before she was his wife, she was already working on the activin pathway, the one involved in bone. And they realized, although they were working separately at the time, they had this very complementary system that worked in concert. And if they worked together, then perhaps they could solve some of these even bigger questions. They were incredibly excited. They had always dreamed of having an experiment of theirs fly in space, and they had demonstrated these concepts on the ground. So it was really cool to be part of this team and watch that experiment come to fruition and to have such dramatic results. Again, those mice that were treated with this therapeutic agent did not lose muscle and bone density in space, while the ones that were not, just like us, had dramatic losses in both of these. So really interesting to see that these agents were successful in space and the applications it might have for the future.
And amazing that it was, you know, an experiment. The results, of course, incredible, and they obviously, you can see them in the photo of the mice and how it turned out. But I mean, this experiment was right in your wheelhouse, right? All of that came together, you know, both the scientists, you up on board the International Space Station as well. I remember reading, you know, I looked into the study a little bit in preparation for the show, and space was said as, you know, the ultimate bed rest, right?
Yeah.
Like, which is not good if you're trying to maintain that bone and muscle mass.
Right. We need to make sure that we can bring astronauts back to be healthy. And when we think about going and walking around on the moon and Mars, we need to make sure that astronauts are healthy when they get there as well. My colleague Drew Morgan and I were super excited to be performing this experiment in space. He's a medical doctor by background, and me as a physiologist. We were utilizing our own backgrounds, and that was another one of the big contributions that we felt we made. And we even ended up on their scientific publication as well.
How about that? Well, thank you very much, Jessica, for sharing that outstanding science. T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes and counting. We're awaiting the launch escape health check.
Atenção para o tempo e horário da missão. Você está acompanhando, você está assistindo nosso canal UPTV. Pelo tempo regressivo, então, do lançamento. Estamos aí com 1 hora, 29 minutos e 40 segundos. E pelo horário de Brasília, 2 horas e 58 minutos. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento, então, está previsto para acontecer às 4h27 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. Então, nesse momento, a equipe, né, da SpaceX também já deixa também a plataforma ali, né, de lançamento. Estamos então aguardando agora aí só então o horário do lançamento, né, o lançamento em
I
si.
think we'll actually have a chance coming up here to show some of the items of things that I brought to space. So I won't spoil the surprise quite yet of everything, but you know, a lot of times astronauts will bring pictures of loved ones, whether it's a physical picture or just something that we can bring up, sent up on a computer or an iPad. And we like to bring things that represent our different backgrounds,
Indo de acordo com o cronograma. Isso tudo correu bem aí hoje no Então temos aí a tripulação a bordo aí da Dragon SpaceX, onde então a nave já se encontra aí pressurizada, né, e pronta para o lançamento nesse momento. Estamos aguardando também o início do procedimento aí do abastecimento do veículo. No caso, o veículo de hoje é o Falcon 9 da SpaceX, a nave também é da SpaceX.
Well, let's talk about that flight kit a little bit more. Each CREW-7 astronaut is allowed to bring a few
E se
personal
tudo der
items
certo,
with
então,
them
para o
for their roughly
lançamento hoje,
6-month
né?
stay
A
in
chegada
space.
deles ocorrerá no domingo, dia
We're holding
27,
your item as a
na Estação
surprise.
Espacial Internacional, e vamos acompanhar
Let's take that
ao
crew
vivo,
shot and
então,
we'll talk
a
about
live
what they're bringing up. You
a
see all
partir
the way
das
to the left,
7h55 da manhã.
Konstantin Borisov. He's bringing up his son's first toy, going left to right. Next is Andreas Mogensen. He picked the zero-G indicator along with his children, and he kept it a surprise. And so we're waiting to see that. We're going to see it float in space. We'll learn more about that in a bit. And then to his right is, of course, the commander, Jasmin Moghbeli. She brought 2 dragon stuffed animals, one for each of her twin girls, and she's going to show them floating around in space to her girls. So we can take a little video, send that to them. It's a touching thing to do for your young kids. And then all the way on the right, Satoshi. He's bringing photos of his family and friends and photos of current students at the school he graduated from.
Yeah, we take a lot of pictures of these items floating around the space station, usually in front of in the cupola, so you've got the Earth in the background. And actually, it's difficult to get some of these photos sometimes. You get a little air and some ventilation, an object gets caught in the ventilation. It's not floating exactly, just staying still where you want it. The light changes all the time in the cupola, so you have to kind of master out this system to get proficient at it, to take these pictures, because it can take quite a bit of time. But it's so important and so meaningful for the people back on the ground.
Horário de Brasília agora são 3h01. Faltando então aí menos de 1h26 para o lançamento. Você está assistindo ao canal WPTV.
Wouldn't it be better to have video rather than a picture of something floating around?
Yeah, we do video too.
Okay.
But you're right. You're right. A lot of times it's just a still image that we have, but depends what you want to use it for.
Great stuff there by Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, with us on the broadcast. Thank you very much, Jessica. And continuing to count down, 1 hour and 25 minutes and counting until liftoff of CREW-7. You're watching NASA's coverage. When these astronauts go up to the International Space Station, they'll spend about 6 months up there working scientific experiments that you just heard a few of them from our astronaut co-host. And then they'll come back down, and one of the traditions we've just started to see now is the astronauts coming back to the Kennedy Space Center to talk to the folks that help support the mission. And there's a lot of people here at the Kennedy Space Center working behind the scenes to make those launches a success. And recently it was the CREW-4 astronauts that took time out of their busy schedules to say thank you to the Kennedy team, and we've got to look at that.
It is very surreal to drive around the
Estamos aí então com imagens de volta ao vivo, plataforma 39A, do Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, Estados Unidos, faltando então 1h e 22 minutos para o lançamento. 3 horas e 5 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos então acompanhando ao vivo então o lançamento da Dragon Spacex com Falcon 9 ali pela missão CREW-7. Falta pouco aí, hein, gente? Falta pouco. Vamos chegando, nos aproximando então aí do momento do lançamento. Nós temos aí a plateia aí já na arquibancada, né, aguardando aí o lançamento. Um dia eu vou estar lá aí acompanhando também ao vivo, né? O dia que eu também quero estar lá presencialmente, lá na Flórida também, para acompanhar aí ao vivo.
Got a big group here, which is impressive because it is 2 a.m. Eastern Time, but
pois é, muita gente aí, né, para acompanhar esse momento aí de lançamento, né? Sendo que está na madrugada também lá nos Estados Unidos, né, às 2 horas da manhã, 2 horas e 6 da manhã lá na Flórida, né, do Eastern Time. Né, bastante gente acompanhando lá o lançamento hoje, né?
Got about 6,000 people who are at various viewing areas around the Kennedy Space Center.
Então, atenção para o tempo e horário da missão. Você está assistindo ao canal WillPTV. Se liga então para o tempo regressivo da missão. Nesse momento estamos aí com faltando 1h e 20 minutos e 30 segundos para o lançamento. E no horário de Brasília, 3 horas e 7 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando todos os detalhes da missão da CREW-7 desde a meia-noite e 25 no horário de Brasília. Lembrando que ainda hoje, a partir das 22 horas do dia de hoje, 26 de agosto, até o momento, né, está mantido aí o horário para o lançamento da missão Starlink a partir das 22 horas da noite. E se tudo correr bem aqui no lançamento de hoje, a chegada então da tripulação da CREW-7 será no domingo, dia 27. Aí então na manhã do dia 27 vamos acompanhar a partir das 7h55 da manhã a chegada da tripulação da CREW-7 na Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos agora só aguardando então aí os momentos aí do início então do procedimento de abastecimento do veículo, no caso de veículo de hoje então do Falcon 9, né, que estamos vendo aí, levando então a Dragon, né, que vai em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. E após o lançamento, né, lembrando que o tempo aí de transmissão até após o lançamento vai ser em torno aí entre 13 a 15 minutos, né, após o lançamento, né, onde vamos acompanhar até a abertura aí da cúpula aí do nariz, né, da Dragon, e depois aí também a continuidade aí no caso do domingo dia 29, 27.
But she is one in many in a highly accomplished group of astronauts selected in 2017 and nicknamed the Turtles.
But I think for me what's really special is that we all just
amazing class. They were the class that was selected just after my class of the 8 balls, and pretty cool that they have this kind of run of the space station right now. I remember when we were saying that about the 8 balls, but Jasmine, will be joining her classmates Frank Rubio and Woody Hoberg on board. They are already up there awaiting for her. And then Laurel O'Hara will be joining from her Soyuz launch in the middle of September. So pretty exciting to have all of those turtles up there at once. And I know that's how it felt for me. Daryl and I were talking earlier about when I arrived on the space station and we had 4 members of our class all up there at the same time. And in thinking about it, I think I've talked about all 7 of my classmates during this broadcast. You've seen photos of most of them in the previous coverage. And it just shows how we really do become like a family here at NASA in the astronaut office, especially with those classmates. We talked about my classmate Anne McLean. You saw her as the astronaut support person on the pad, helping the crew with all of those final preparations. We saw Christina from the spacewalk footage from the spacewalks. Actually, we did 3 spacewalks together, Christina and myself, during our mission. And you saw Victor and Christina in those Artemis images as well, as they are now in training for the incredibly exciting Artemis 2 mission. You saw some footage of Nicole Mann and Josh Cassida from their recent mission on board the space station. They were on CREW-7, so again, carrying that legacy with them. We talked a little bit about Nick Hague earlier as well. Nick was there on the space station when I arrived. And I talked about Drew Morgan just recently with the Mighty Mouse experiment. Drew was the astronaut that I was up there. Actually, I didn't spend a day in space without Drew. He was there for the entire 7 months of my mission. I was up there for 205 days, so almost 7 months. He was there already when I arrived, so he was up there even longer. He had about a 9-month mission. So there you have it, all members of the class. We've been represented in this broadcast, but it's not about us today. It's about those turtles. So more about them. We are so excited to see Jaws on her way, headed to join her classmates.
Agora estamos
Frank
aguardando
and Woody
então
up there.
o
You know,
momento
we
então
have
do
right now on the
lançamento, né?
space station
Agora é
the
só
4
aguardar.
crew members that flew up on
Pelo horário de
CREW-7, of
Brasília,
course.
agora
That's
são
Woody
3
Hoberg,
horas
Steve
e
Bowen,
13 minutos.
Sultan Al-Nayadi,
Estamos aí a
an
1 hora e
astronaut from the
14
United
minutos
Arab Emirates, and also
para o
Andrei
lançamento.
Fadayev.
Estamos aí
They
então
arrived
acompanhando
on the CREW-6
a missão da
vehicle, so they'll
CREW-7
be
ao
departing
vivo aqui no nosso
about
canal Will PTV.
5, 6, 7 days after CREW-7 arrives. They'll have a handover period so they can really get accustomed to everything that's going on, hand over whatever information they need, and then they'll depart. And then we have Frank Rubio and cosmonauts Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin. So this crew will be joining the 7 crew members that are already up there until that handover period ends, and then the 4 from CREW-6 will depart. The Soyuz crew is scheduled to land, I think, September 27th. So Frank will finally be returning home from space back here to the U.S. And his mission was extended, so he will have been up there for over a year when he lands.
Finally, and he's going to break the record, right? Longest
That's
continuous stay in space.
That's right. It has been an incredible mission for him, but of course everyone is very excited to have him back on the ground as well.
And I'm sure he will be just as excited to be back on Earth and be able to visit his friends and family and take a hot shower.
Showers are always very welcome when you come back. You know, you do get surprisingly, you feel very clean on board. I was surprised by it, but it's kind of like a sponge bath that we get up there, but you really do feel clean. And part of the reason why is you just don't feel as dirty as in space. You know, not even your clothes are really resting against you when you're in microgravity. Everything's kind of floating. You don't go outside and get sweaty in the hot Florida humidity like us sitting here in these chairs getting a bit hot. You just don't experience that because you're never sitting down. You know, you don't.
But you are perspiring, right? You're losing water through the skin.
Sure.
But it's not sitting there, right?
Absolutely. You still have all the same physiological mechanisms going on, but it's a temperature control environment, so you're not really sweating throughout the day aside from when you exercise, and then you do sweat quite a bit.
Okay.
And it's really cool to see because the water, it doesn't just fall down, doesn't fall off of you like it does here on Earth. It'll kind of accumulate until a force acts upon it. So you might have a ball of sweat kind of growing on your head, for example, if you're Victor Glover and you don't have any hair up there, or Luca Parmitano on my mission. And yeah, it behaves differently until it'll come off in a with a
Just
once you have motion imparted onto it.
That. Great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down 1 hour and 11 minutes until liftoff of CREW-7 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. If you're here with us in the area and you want to hear the call-outs live as they happen, you can hook that up on amateur radio. The VHF frequency you can see on your screen, 146.940 megahertz, and on the UHF radio frequency, 444.925 megahertz FM mode. And you can hear that throughout the county here on the Space Coast. So we're a little over 1 hour until liftoff. And this is a continuation of regular crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil. SpaceX's CREW-7 mission will be the company's 8th crewed spaceflight for NASA, following the crewed test flight Demo 2. It will also be SpaceX's 11th crewed spaceflight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4 and Axiom missions 1 and 2. Our crew at the very top in the spacecraft Endurance. It will be the 3rd flight for that Dragon that you see right there on top of the rocket. The Falcon 9 booster, well, that's a brand new one. Booster 1081
M1D
on its first flight.
MVAC fuel bleed has started.
As they are reused more and more. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, you were talking about the booster, how, you know, in the reuse booster, you've got that sooty exterior on it, and this is a brand new one. Of course, commercial crew program, they limit the number of boosters in terms of their reflight for use on crew to 5. The Endurance, its previous missions were Crew 3, Crew 5, and of course today,
São então para o
CREW-7.
tempo e horário da missão, pela contagem regressiva, 1 hora e 9 minutos
If you're
para
just
o
joining us now,
lançamento,
we've had a great
e no
countdown
horário
so
de
far.
Brasília, 3 horas
Weather is
e
nearly
19
perfect.
minutos.
95%
Você
go.
está assistindo ao canal UPTV. Estamos aí
We've
então
got,
nos preparativos
crowd
finais
of
aí para o
viewers on
lançamento
hand
da CREW-7.
at our
Faltando
various
pouco
locations
tempo aí,
around the Space
faltando
Center.
menos de quase 1 hora. Estamos aí também com a plateia arquibancada cheia
People here in the
pelo
local
horário,
area,
né?
and
Que
of
é
course,
agora
beyond that,
lá na Flórida.
outside the gate,
Né? Aí o
even
público
more.
se encontra presente aí, né? Acompanhando esta missão aí da CREW-7.
Now, we mentioned this, once we get to an hour to go until liftoff, things will start really picking up.
Estamos aguardando também o início do procedimento do range, né, do go no go para o lançamento, incluindo também aí a parte do início do procedimento então do abastecimento do veículo, né, no caso hoje o veículo é o Falcon 9 da SpaceX.
Readiness happens at T-1 hour. And of course the poll to load the prop is at T-55 minutes. At T-minus 45 minutes, there'll be an internal mission control
Lembrando que esta missão
Hawthorne
então
poll,
vai ter em direção à Estação
and then the
Espacial
launch director's poll for
Internacional,
propellant
onde a nova tripulação da CREW-7 então vai ficar a bordo da Estação Espacial por 6 meses.
I mentioned the crew access arm. That'll retract when we get to T-minus 40 minutes.
E a chegada então da tripulação, né, se tudo der certo hoje, será então realizado no dia 27 de agosto, na parte da manhã, no domingo, 27 de agosto, com transmissão a partir das 7h55 da manhã. E ainda hoje, na parte da noite, às 22 horas, até o momento, então, temos aí a missão Starlink, também na Flórida, no Cabo Canaveral, no complexo número 40.
That are on Dragon, they would fire and quickly separate the crew from the rocket. And they can do that either on the pad or during flight on the ride uphill.
Estamos aí tudo pronto para o lançamento, né? Estamos só aguardando então o início do procedimento então, do abastecimento do veículo do Falcon 9. Estamos então só aguardando realmente aí o momento para o lançamento. Então, faltando aí na regressiva 1 hora e 4 minutos para o lançamento. E pelo horário de Brasília agora são 3 horas e 23 minutos, né? Para vocês que estão chegando agora, estamos acompanhando então a missão da CREW-7. Estamos aí desde o início então das operações aí desde as 00h25 aqui no horário de Brasília, né? Para quem ainda não conhece a tripulação, vou apresentar novamente para vocês a tripulação de hoje, né? Então a nossa comandante, astronauta da NASA, a americana Jasmin Moghbeli, nosso piloto da missão da Dinamarca, astronauta da ESA, Andreas Mogensen, nosso primeiro especialista da missão, astronauta da JAXA do Japão, Satoshi Furukawa, e o nosso segundo especialista da missão, Cosmonauta da Rússia, o Konstantin Borisov. Então tá aí a nossa tripulação que está já a bordo da CREW-7, a escotilha então já está fechada e pressurizada. E agora só estamos então aguardando. Também a equipe da Spacex já foi evacuada aí da plataforma de lançamento, né? Estamos então agora aguardando simplesmente o início aí do procedimento final para o lançamento, né? Com aquele range, né, da listagem geral aí do Go no Go para o lançamento, né, que ainda não tivemos ainda, e também o início do procedimento então de abastecimento do veículo. Lembrando que nosso veículo de hoje, né, como vocês já sabem, é o nosso Falcon 9, né, e o estágio, caso aí, né, o veículo com 2 estágios e a cápsula Dragon, né, hoje aí no lugar aí do módulo de carga, né, que a gente conhece. E lembrando que o pouso então do veículo do Falcon 9 de hoje, né, será então realizado aí na zona de pouso número 1.
And thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 7th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has been with us over the past 3 hours, talking about CREW-7 as they have prepared for launch. Also talked a lot about science and a phenomenal number of other fascinating topics. We really appreciate you being here. We're now closing in on T-minus 1 hour.
Então lembrando aí que nós temos aí chegando próximos aí ao nosso lançamento de hoje. Lembrando que hoje estamos aí com 95% de chance de ocorrer o lançamento, né? Estamos aí tudo pronto aí, tudo certo aí, nada pode dar errado hoje, né? Tudo indo corretamente de acordo com o cronograma, né? O tempo perfeito hoje para o lançamento, né? 95% de lançamento, né? Quase nunca vi isso antes.
We're tracking no issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon, as Jessica mentioned. The range is green, weather good to go. Over the past 3 hours, we want to review now what our crew's been doing, and there you see them: Jasmin Moghbeli, Andreas Mogensen, Satoshi,
temos aí então a
Furukawa,
tripulação, né, da CREW-7, para quem ainda não viu, ainda estamos aí, né? A nossa comandante, essa daí é a Jasmin Moghbeli, nosso piloto da Dinamarca, e os nossos especialistas do Japão e da Rússia. Então, em momentos anteriores, né, que a gente acompanhou aqui tudo ao vivo, né, para vocês aí. Então, esses são os momentos anteriores aí, desde o início aí da nossa transmissão, né? Então, atenção para o tempo da missão, menos de 1 hora. 1 hora para a contagem regressiva. 1 hora, faltando 1 hora para subir. Pelo horário de Brasília, agora são 3 horas e 28 minutos.
Looks like the crew, they're good to go.
They truly are contagious, those smiles. It is difficult not to be smiling and excited when you know you are about to leave the planet for the first time for some of these, for Jasmin and for Konstantin as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of preparations have been brought to us at this point, including a dry dress. A lot of things have been going into this so to get everybody ready. Of course, we had a launch delay yesterday. We stood down for that attempt, but now we're good to go, and we expect to be launching at 3:27 and 27 seconds, our new T0. All systems good to go for launch. Now we want to have our
Dragon
team.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Estamos prontos aí então para o lançamento. 58 minutos.
We're going to expand our coverage. I'd like to welcome in SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, where the SpaceX mission team is located. Welcome to Jesse and Leah.
E aí agora estamos ao vivo aí na Califórnia aí também, aí com a transmissão em conjunto com a SpaceX. Com a nossa querida Jesse Anderson e Leah Cheshire. A nossa lenda aí da SpaceX.
CREW-7 is our 7th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, but it also comes with an important first.
Para o lançamento.
CREW-7
Então hoje é a primeira vez aí que temos aí uma missão aí com 4 países diferentes, né? Estados Unidos, Dinamarca, Japão e Rússia. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento, para quem está chegando agora, é às 4h27 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. Faltando aí 57 minutos e 30 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos próximos aí para o lançamento. Aí nós acompanhamos aí todos os preparativos aí do pré-lançamento, né? Desde a saída da tripulação até o momento de agora. Desde a meia-noite e 25 aqui no horário, aqui no nosso canal UPTV.
On console or headset and mission control are 6 key.
SpaceX copies. CREW-7 is go for launch.
Até o momento, então, está tudo liberado para o lançamento.
The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure
3 horas e 31 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí nos preparando, os preparativos finais para o lançamento. Lembrando que após o lançamento, o tempo de duração aí da transmissão vai ser de mais ou menos até em torno de 15 minutos após o lançamento, né? Onde vamos acompanhar aí a abertura do nariz aí da cápsula Dragon. Lembrando que o lançamento está sendo realizado hoje aí no complexo de lançamento número 39A, Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, Estados Unidos.
And of course, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in
56
Houston,
minutos
Texas,
para o
who have been
lançamento.
preparing the International
Falta
Space
pouco, hein?
Station for Dragon's arrival. They recently gave their go for launch and confirmed the station is ready to receive Dragon and the new crew. Now, upon liftoff, today's flight to the space station will
Falta
take
pouco
almost
então para o
30
nosso
hours,
lançamento
with
de hoje.
Dragon
Lembrando
flying
que se tudo der
autonomously
certo
the
então para o
entire
lançamento
way.
de hoje,
And just like
a chegada então da
autopilot on a
tripulação
commercial
da
aircraft, the
CREW-7
crew
será
always
realizada
has the ability to
no
take
domingo, dia
manual control of the
27,
spacecraft
com
if needed.
transmissão a partir das
It continues to be a
7h55
smooth
da manhã.
countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff. Coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for propellant load with a final go-no-go poll. In the meantime, NASA's Courtney Beasley is going to help us take a closer look at
propellant load and launch go-no poll. Go-no-go polls open at 55.80, procedure 1.160.
Thanks, Jesse. I'm here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. What we have our sights set on today is low Earth orbit, which you'll sometimes hear us refer to as LEO. This is classified as orbits around Earth that are 1,200 miles or lower. There are a lot of satellites in this orbit, including the Hubble telescope and, of course, today's destination, the International Space Station. The space station's orbit averages at 260 miles above Earth, but varies based on its apogee or perigee, the highest and lowest points of its orbit. Being that the space station is 260 miles above Earth, crew members are too far away
Momentos aí de
to make things
expectativas
out
aí
like
então para o
cars, people,
lançamento.
or buildings. But they can see other landmarks around the world, and the long camera lenses they use help them zoom in on familiar sights of our home planet. NASA
Faltando
astronaut
então aí
Steve Bowen captured
54
Cape Canaveral
minutos
on
e
Florida's
15
Atlantic
segundos
coast
para o
earlier this
lançamento.
month, near Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and NASA's
Pelo horário de
Kennedy Space
Brasília,
Center,
3
where
horas e
CREW-7 is
33
launching from
minutos.
today. The contrast of the colors
Estamos
between
então
the
ao
Indian River
vivo
and Atlantic
desde
Ocean
meia-noite e
become much
25,
more pronounced
acompanhando
from space.
aí todos os detalhes então aí
And here's a
desde
beautiful nighttime shot
desta
of the city
operação
lights
então
of
da
Mecca in the
CREW-7.
desert valley of western Saudi Arabia,
E
captured
lembrando
by
também que
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg on July
a
26th.
saída da
Human
tripulação da
presence on Earth
CREW-6, né,
becomes
será
much easier
realizada
to see at night.
no dia 1º
And
de
this
setembro.
final image was captured by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio of Vadima Lake, one of the largest in Argentina, on May 7th. Each of
E
these
ontem,
images
né,
are
nós
taken
tivemos
from the
aí a
vantage point
teste
of the
estático
International
do
Space
Super
Station
Rave,
that orbits roughly
né, do Booster
260
9
miles
da
above
Super
Earth.
Rave, que
Satellites
foi
collect imagery
realizado
of
com
Earth
sucesso
too, of
ontem.
course, but the
Nós
International Space
transmitimos
Station
aí
is
ao
unique
vivo,
in
né,
seeing
tem o
these
link tá
viewing
aí
opportunities because
nos
astronauts and
vídeos
cosmonauts
anteriores aí do
can tell
canal.
scientists on the ground what they're observing and what stands out in real time.
Lembrando
We
que aqui
can't
também
wait to
eu
see what
transmito
CREW-7
também as
captures,
caminhadas
but for now, we'll
espaciais,
send it
tudo
back to
ao vivo,
Hawthorne, Jesse and Leah.
completo para vocês.
SpaceX's ultimate mission is to make life multiplanetary. To get us there, we've been developing a fully and rapidly reusable transportation
E aí
system
tá a
called
nossa lenda
Starship, the
novamente, a
most powerful
Jasmin,
launch vehicle
da
system
SpaceX.
ever developed and designed to carry passengers and cargo to Earth orbit, the Moon, and planetary destinations like Mars. In fact, earlier today, the team completed a
Então
successful
temos aí
static
as
fire with our
imagens
Super Heavy Booster
que
9,
aconteceu
an
ontem
exciting step towards
aí
our
do,
next Starship flight test.
do
But
teste
you have to learn
estático,
to
então,
walk before you can run, or should I
super
say
heavy da
fly. And our
Starship.
learning started with Dragon, designed from the beginning to transport both people and cargo to space. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling behind us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station.
Dragon launched to space in December 2010 and became the first private spacecraft to return from orbit. 2 years later, Dragon became the first commercial spacecraft to deliver cargo to and from the space station, and in 2020, as we remember well, became the first private crewed spacecraft to reach the International Space Station.
Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed
52
9
minutos
human
para o
spaceflight
lançamento.
missions and visited the International Space Station 38 times. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. And these days, we are very much focused on the beyond.
Now, of course, we already have explorers on the Red Planet, paving the way for humans who will arrive in the future. NASA's Perseverance rover landed on Mars in 2021 after an almost 7-month journey. Its mission addresses high-priority science goals and also provides opportunities to gather knowledge and demonstrate technologies that address the challenges of future human expeditions to Mars. These include testing a method for producing oxygen from the Martian atmosphere, identifying other resources such as subsurface water, improving landing techniques, and characterizing weather, dust, and other potential environmental conditions that could affect future astronauts living and working on Mars. Now, of course, Perseverance also brought along another passenger named Ingenuity. This is the first helicopter ever flown on Mars. There's Ingenuity being deployed from Perseverance and those historic flights that we've seen so far.
When the time comes for human explorers, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities on Mars will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew. So we're designing Starship from the beginning to carry hundreds of tons of cargo into space and be able to be refueled in orbit. Before Mars, Starship will play a key role in the exploration of the Moon. SpaceX is providing the lunar lander, which will return astronauts to the lunar surface for the first time in 50 years under NASA's Artemis missions. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the Moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
Today, however, we are going a little closer to home, and the work we're doing on the space station also paves the way to Mars, but it takes place in low Earth orbit. As Courtney mentioned, the area includes any spacecraft that orbits at or less than 1,200 miles from our home planet. That's pretty close in comparison to our moon, which is almost 240,000 miles away and is referred to as deep space.
Deep space missions like future missions to Mars will challenge us like no spaceflight journey has before when we start looking to send humans millions of miles away from home. Long-duration missions on the space station, just like CREW-7, directly inform how we'll plan to support the first humans bound for the Red Planet on missions that could last months or even years.
So we really look forward to those human missions to Mars. And right now we're paving the way with today's exciting mission, plus through Artemis launches to the Moon. For now, I'll send it back to Daryl and Jessica at KSC.
Thank you very much, Leah and Jesse. And to keep our astronauts safe while on missions to the Moon and Mars, NASA is working to understand the long-term effects of living in space. Earlier, NASA's Jasmin Hopkins caught up with NASA's Chief Deputy Science Officer for our Human Research Program.
One of the investigations launching on CREW-7 is nicknamed CIPHER, and it will study the physiological and psychological changes in up to 30 astronauts. Joining us now to talk more about it is Kristen Faub from Johnson Space Center. So Kristen, tell me about your title and the 14 different investigations that make up CIPHER.
Yes, I am the Deputy Chief Scientist at the Human Research Program, and 14 research studies, all wrapped into one research complement called CIPHER. What we want to do is study the impact of microgravity on bone, exercise, vision, behavioral health, and not only as individual elements, but how they all interconnect together. And not only do we want to study that, but we also want to understand the impact duration has on the human body and microgravity. This is going to be really important information for us for the Artemis missions and for Mars.
Right, Kristen. And on that note, we have been studying in low Earth orbit for over 20 years now.
Atenção pelo horário de Brasília, 3 horas e 40 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando a missão da CREW-7, lançamento da esta missão, então, que vai em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que o horário de lançamento está previsto para acontecer às 4h27 da manhã, faltando aí apenas 47 minutos e 30 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos aí na plataforma 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, Estados Unidos. Estamos então aguardando os procedimentos iniciais aí para o abastecimento do veículo. Lembrando que já está tudo pronto, né? A tripulação já se encontra a bordo e a escotilha fechada e está tudo aí sendo preparado então para o lançamento, né? Estamos só aguardando o início então, do procedimento de abastecimento do veículo e estamos aí com 95% de chance de ter o lançamento hoje. Lembrando que após o lançamento, então, a sua chegada será no dia 27 de agosto de 2023, com transmissão a partir das 7h55 da manhã. E agora nós vamos ver aí o procedimento de como será aí a missão de hoje, né, com o lançamento.
For those of you following along, you'll also know that we stood down from yesterday's launch attempt for additional data reviews. But for now, all systems are looking good for launch. So next up, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load and for launch. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by voting electronically. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, or MD, on the nets, and NASA launch manager to make sure that they are ready to move forward as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier, the Falcon and Dragon launch teams, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. On screen, you have that incredible view of the Dragon spacecraft with the crew access arm still in the service position. The crew right now is on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Great shot of our astronauts there. Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of the access arm as it swings away from the capsule. The range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad, as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. And at Kennedy Space Center, weather is looking good for launch. If you're joining us on the ground in Florida, you know it's just about 82 degrees outside with light ground winds. Overall, we are looking good for launch in just about 45 minutes with a 5% chance of weather violation.
45 minutos para o lançamento.
Right now, we are listening in for that readiness poll announcement and instructions to our launch team.
Desculpem aí pelo barulho. Estamos aguardando então o início aí do procedimento aí do go no go.
Again, this poll is going to be the go or no go to move forward with propellant loading for today.
Pelo horário de Brasília, então, 3 horas e 43 minutos.
As soon as that briefing ends, we should see that crew access arm, which you can see lit up on your screen right now, immediately start to move away from the capsule when that stow procedure begins.
Bem, então a única coisa que talvez possa dar errado, né, hoje, né, aí talvez aí a parte do abastecimento do veículo, né, por conta da temperatura do combustível, né, do propellant. Mas vamos torcer que dê tudo certo. Faltando então 43 minutos e 20 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos então aguardando então o início do
Coming up in just
procedimento
43 minutes to launch.
do abastecimento do veículo. Pelo horário de Brasília,
Great
então
nighttime views of our Falcon 9 and CREW-7 capsule there on the screen.
SpaceX Dragon.
Go ahead, Dragon.
We didn't hear the poll for prop load and launch readiness. We're just giving a call.
And sorry, Dragon, I just missed the last of your sentence there. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, from Dragon, we just
polling is
hear the
complete.
poll for
The
prop.
joint NASA and SpaceX teams have pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms go into lockdown in T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub.
parece que vamos ter scrub.
Brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort.
Nós só estamos aí, não. Só estamos aí nos procedimentos aí do lançamento. Não se preocupe, né? Tá tudo normal até agora. Mas só estão dando aí os procedimentos aí para o lançamento, né? Que é o de praxe.
Copy, proceeding to crew arm for movement.
Só foi dadas as orientações então do lançamento, né? Estamos tudo ok, então. O abastecimento então deve começar daqui a 5 minutos. Estamos indo bem até o momento. Então nesse momento estamos aí com a retração então da plataforma, a passarela então de lançamento, retração então da plataforma de lançamento. Então isso indica que vai tudo bem aí. Boas notícias. Então com esse recuo aí da plataforma, da passarela então entre a torre e a Dragon, então isso significa que está tudo ok aí para o lançamento. Então vamos ter lançamento hoje. Até o momento tudo aí andando bem. Então, pelo horário de Brasília, aí 3 horas e 47 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando a missão CREW-7 aqui no nosso canal UPTV. Faltam daí então 40 minutos para o lançamento. Então nesse momento o recuo da passarela então foi concluída.
Dragon is go for section 7, closing the visors and arming the launch escape system.
You are go for section 6, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Well, they changed the number, but it's the same.
Dragon copies, go for section 6, launch escape system arming.
Same milestone.
Até o momento então tudo ok para o lançamento.
This system arms the very loud thump, so they can actually hear that on board.
Which makes sense. You've got those engines, those Super Dracos, which are
Dragon visors closed, arming launch escape system.
Right there next to their heads, right? You know, because
Copy, your go.
Right, and sounds like that was Jasmin saying she was ready to arm, and that command can be sent from either the ground or the crew, and the crew is sending that command now.
Então nesse momento inicia-se, daqui a pouquinho vamos iniciar o procedimento então do abastecimento do propelente e também do oxigênio líquido.
And that is, of course, a system that we hope to never use.
Então, pelo tempo regressivo, 38 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Pelo horário de Brasília, 3 horas e 49 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando ao vivo então a missão CREW-7 aqui no nosso canal UPTV. Desde as meia-noite e 25 no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí com a transmissão ininterrupta até o momento.
and carried Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin back to
Systems
safety.
verified armed.
Estamos aguardando então agora o início do procedimento de abastecimento.
We got the verification of the launch escape system now armed. You mentioned Nick Hague.
38 minutos.
As I understand it, he counts himself having gone to space twice.
That's right, or at least 1.5.
Pelo horário de Brasília agora são 3 horas e
But this
50
system is now
minutos.
active.
Falta
They do
pouco,
that
hein?
2 minutes before loading of the props, since that, of
Menos
course,
de
then
40
does
minutos
present
para o
a
lançamento, hein,
more
pessoal?
risky
Vamos lá.
situation with that prop on board, and it will stay armed all the way through orbital insertion. I've also been told by previous Dragon crews that you can hear the system of valves opening and actually even the flow of the fuel itself as it comes on board.
The scenarios in which the launch escape system would be used.
F9 tanks venting for prop load in 10 seconds. Expect loud venting.
There they are warning them about that, exactly what you just mentioned, giving them a heads up that they'll be hearing those sounds.
Yeah, Victor Glover was telling me it's a very noticeable process. You can hear the opening and closing of the valves, and there are these low hums and kind of a fluttering sound as that super cold liquid oxygen and kerosene fill those large propellant tanks, first on the first stage and then on the second stage. Must be pretty exciting to be hearing those noises, knowing what that means and how much closer you're getting to liftoff.
This is pretty unique in the launch industry, right? Where the astronauts are inside the Dragon, inside their spacecraft, as it's being loaded with propellants.
That's correct.
That launch escape system you're talking about, if it were needed, it can get the crew several miles offshore out into the Atlantic Ocean. It's those Super Draco engines capable of moving Dragon half a mile in just 7.5 seconds. So that's equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour. So it really moves. It can also get it off the top of a moving rocket as well. So
Right.
it's got to have that kind of power.
Right, at all those different phases, all the way until they're in orbit. And that's one of the things that we protect for here as well when we look at the weather forecast. It's not just for the actual launch itself, but to protect for any of those contingency landing scenarios in the various areas where they would splash down in that event.
Estamos aí então com 35 minutos para o lançamento, hein? 35. Pelo horário de Brasília, estamos aí com um horário então de 3 horas e 53 minutos.
And so now the propellants are flowing into
Então,
the Falcon 9
neste
rocket.
momento, o
RP1
propelente nesse
will
momento
find
está sendo
kerosene
abastecido.
and liquid oxygen.
Nesse momento, então,
The
estamos
oxidizer.
com o início do abastecimento
That part we
com
can
o
see externally
propelente.
because as the liquid oxygen levels rise inside the Falcon 9, it is of course super chilled liquid oxygen, highly densified, and it will super chill the skin as well.
Nesse
of
momento,
the
então, já
rocket.
iniciamos o
It will
procedimento
condense the
de
air around
abastecimento
it.
do veículo.
And there's been well
O
over
propelente,
200
então, nesse
Falcon
momento
9
já está sendo
launches, so
aí,
if you've seen one before,
já
you're
está
familiar
então
with the
entrando
sight.
no Falcon 9, né, nos tanques
The
aí do
rocket,
Falcon 9,
condensing that air, that warm, humid
tanto no
Florida air,
estágio 1
which we
quanto no
have been
estágio
enjoying this
2.
evening, at least with a light breeze.
That's right. I think it's cooler than Houston anyway, so I'm enjoying my time here.
Good. All right, for another
Estamos
update,
indo
let's
bem,
send it out
pessoal.
to
Estamos
Hawthorne,
indo bem.
California, an update from SpaceX.
Thanks, Daryl and Jessica. Now, before we send them to space, let's get to know our Crew-7 astronauts a little better. We'll start off with none other than the commander herself, NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli, making her debut spaceflight.
My name is Jasmin Moghbeli.
E mais uma vez, né, estamos revendo aí a nossa tripulação, a Jasmin Moghbeli, a nossa comandante de hoje, dos Estados Unidos, da Astronauta da NASA.
To Jasmin in Dragon Endurance is Andreas Mogensen, today's pilot representing the European Space Agency and making his second
Agora o
trip
nosso
to low
piloto,
Earth
o
orbit.
Andreas, representando a União Europeia, a Dinamarca e da Astronauta da ESA.
Next up, Mission Specialist Satoshi Furukawa. This JAXA astronaut is no stranger to the space station after spending 165 days in orbit as part of Expeditions 28 and 29 in 2011.
E aí agora nosso especialista da missão, o Satoshi Furukawa. Da JAXA, Japão. Então esse daí é o Satoshi Furukawa, é nosso médico aí lá do Japão, aí da JAXA. E agora nosso segundo especialista da missão, o Konstantin Borisov.
He was selected to the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018 and today marks his first flight to the orbiting laboratory.
Faltando então aí 29 minutos e 32 segundos para o lançamento, faltando um pouco aí, lembrando que já foi dado então o procedimento de abastecimento do combustível do propelente. Nesse momento aí o propelente já está abastecendo o Falcon 9. Pelo horário de Brasília agora são 3 horas e 58 minutos. Falta pouco para o lançamento, hein? Momentos aí do lançamento então se aproxima. E aí, portanto, vemos aí a nossa tripulação de hoje da CREW-7.
have a mission patch they worked together to design.
The first thing that you
E aí,
notice is
portanto,
the
aí o
white
nosso
dragon on top of the
logo da,
curve. Its
da
neck craned
missão da
into the number
CREW-7.
7 for CREW-7.
E
Its
hoje
tail
também
curves
é esta
upwards
primeira
towards a
vez aí
golden
que a
star, and the tail that
SpaceX
symbolizes our
então tá
ascent towards the
levando
stars
de
and the
cada
pioneering spirit needed
lugar.
to
É
propel us
um
further
país
into
diferente,
space.
né? Os Estados
The
Unidos,
blue, white, and red on the
Dinamarca,
tail are the
Japão
common colors and the
e
flags of all
Rússia.
4 nations flying on this mission.
Now we are less than 30 minutes to launch, so let's check back in
28
with
minutos
Carol
para o
and Jessica at
lançamento.
KSC, where the countdown
Pelo horário
continues.
de Brasília, agora são 4 horas da manhã. 4 horas da manhã, então pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando nesta manhã de sábado, do dia 26 de agosto de 2023, o lançamento então da missão da CREW-7 pela SpaceX e NASA. Lembrando que após esse lançamento, né, aí no dia de hoje, nós vamos então acompanhar logo mais às 22 horas a missão Starlink de número 101, lá no complexo de lançamento número 40 no Cabo Canaveral, na Flórida. Falta pouco, gente. Falta pouco aí para o lançamento. Estamos então com a transmissão ao vivo aqui no seu canal, o UPTV, transmitindo para vocês então a missão CREW-7.
Updates, there's a QR code on the bottom left of your screen, right there, actually bottom right. You can visit, you can use your cell phone to scan it, or you can visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis 2. Earlier this evening, our own NASA's Jasmin
E aí, portanto, então estamos de volta com as imagens ao vivo aí então da Dragon SpaceX. Direto então aí da Cabo Canaveral, Espacial Internacional na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos. E aí nosso diretor da NASA, o Bill Nelson.
Well, it's a sign of our times. We are an international program. For example, we're going back to the moon in order to go to Mars. It's going to be an international mission that will launch with an international crew. So too, tonight's launch is entirely an international crew, save for the commander, Jasmin, an American astronaut. And so here we go. Now, isn't it interesting that what space does in our NASA program, it unifies us. It brings people together. And this is so true with what we're seeing tonight.
Right, and Administrator, you recently visited South America, and later on this year you're planning to visit India as well. Why is it so important for NASA to foster these international partnerships?
They are delighted, indeed, eager to learn more about NASA and to partner with NASA. And so that's what we find when we go to another country. It's usually the president that wants to see us. And for example, in this South American trip, we talked to the president of Brazil and Colombia about what NASA
Aí ele
can
falando do
provide
Brasil,
in the
né,
way
que ele
of
esteve aqui
information
com o
from our
presidente Lula, né,
satellites
no
to
Brasil.
help them
É o Nelson.
protect the Amazon rainforest from being destroyed, which is a high agenda item for those countries. Indeed, it's a high agenda item for the entire world. I'm going to India. India is one that we want to have a close relationship with. We've already been doing things such as science.
Falando aí também a respeito da Índia, né, que eles vão levar também um astronauta indiano na Estação Espacial Internacional.
But now we're going to train and fly an Indian astronaut. So it is happening as we speak, and the United States has been the beneficiary.
Faltando aí 23 minutos para o lançamento.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
As we
Então,
continue
pelo
to count
horário de
down, let's take
Brasília,
a closer look at the
aí
vehicles that will be
4
taking
horas e
CREW-7
5 minutos.
to the International Space Station today. Starting from the very top of the vehicle is the Dragon spacecraft. In total, there are 16 Draco thrusters Dragon can use in space to help navigate the spacecraft
Então hoje
to its
temos aí
destination,
2
each
estágios aí
providing
do
90
Falcon
pounds of
9,
force.
mais a
That doesn't
cápsula
include the 8
Dragon.
Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
Então nesse momento também
And just
estamos já
wanted
com
to note, one thing that we
abastecimento
did miss just a moment
acontecendo
ago was a call to the
do
crew.
oxigênio líquido.
There was a sensor issue that they are
Como vocês
tracking.
podem observar
However,
essa nuvem
they are just
aí,
continuing with
né,
the count,
saindo
continuing
do
to
veículo,
monitor.
né, é o
And so
abastecimento
we are
do oxigênio
continuing to
líquido.
discuss what we have in front of us, which is Dragon. Together, the Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus 1 under the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward
E aí
bulkhead
temos a nossa
thrusters and
cápsula
docking
Dragon, né,
mechanism
que é
that will
dividida
connect with the space
em
station.
duas partes,
Dragon's
né, que é a
trunk
parte aí
holds
do
solar cells, which power
vaso,
Dragon
né,
while it's
eles
in
chamam de
pre-flight.
vaso,
The trunk can
e a
also
parte
carry
então do
unpressurized cargo,
porta-malas,
and on some cargo resupply missions,
a
we
parte
use
de
Dragon's
carga, e
trunk to
atrás,
deliver
né,
the
do
new solar arrays that are being installed on the space station.
abaixo então.
As always, Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which provides
Estamos aí tudo pronto para o
1.7 million
lançamento.
pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Once the first and second stages separate, these engines are also used to help land the first stage. The first stage will perform 3
Lembrando também que
burns
após o
today as it makes its
lançamento,
way
né,
back
nós
down
vamos
to
aí
Earth.
ter
First is the
a
boost
depois
back
do nosso
burn, where
canal
3
os
of the
melhores
M1D
momentos aí da
engines will
transmissão
reignite
de
to help
hoje.
flip the first stage around to head back to the launch site. The second burn is the entry burn. That's where a single engine will reignite and shut down to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. And then finally, the landing burn. That'll be where 3 engines will slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing zone 1.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by one single Merlin vacuum engine with over 220,000 pounds of thrust. The second stage will secure Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station on its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing its guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 20 minutes, our teams at the Cape in Hangar X are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update. How's it going, Ronnie?
Thanks, Jesse. We are still looking good for an on-time launch just over 20 minutes from now, and we'll keep monitoring all the vehicle systems. There we heard the call out for RP1 load complete on stage 2. So that means we are, of course, getting closer to liftoff. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy, and we're not tracking any major issues at this time. Right now, we're continuing to prep the vehicle for flight, and propellant loading began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is now armed. The range, which is monitoring keep-out zones and among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support launch tonight. Weather also looks good, and we are still tracking just a 5% chance of violation at our T0 time. But as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window, driven by the orbital mechanics constraints of 2 spacecraft meeting in orbit. Fun fact, the technical term for that meeting is called a rendezvous. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down tonight because of that instantaneous launch window, and instead target our backup opportunity, which is tomorrow at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But for now, with all systems go, let's turn it back over to Courtney for a status update from Houston.
Thanks, Ronnie. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are ensuring that the space station is ready to receive Dragon. They're also checking all
Nós estamos aí
communication
com
links
contato
between
em
the
Houston
station and
aí com
Dragon
a
and the
centro de
ground are
controle
working properly, and right
Estação
now everything is
Espacial
proceeding
Internacional, né,
as
que já está
planned.
tudo
Teams
preparado
here in
para
Mission Control
receber
Houston, the team
aí
in
a nova
Hawthorne, and the
tripulação
astronauts
da
aboard the
CREW-7.
station will monitor the autonomous docking of Dragon tomorrow when they enter joint operations, which happens when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is an
Daí nós
invisible
vamos
boundary
então
that
aí
helps us monitor
também
spacecraft
acompanhar todo
arriving
esse
and
procedimento
departing.
aí
After docking,
de
the crews will perform a
aproximação e
series of leak
acoplagem na
checks, then
Estação
work to open
Espacial
the hatches both
Internacional
on the Dragon
a
side
partir
and
das
inside the station's
7h55 da
pressurized
manhã,
ring adapter. We
domingo,
expect hatch opening to
dia
happen
27.
about an hour and a half after
Faltando então
docking.
18
Once on
minutos
board,
para
the
o
astronauts will be
lançamento.
greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for opening remarks for the new
Horário
crew
de
members.
Brasília, 4
Here in
horas
Mission
e
Control,
10
Flight
minutos.
Director Chris Dobbins is on console overseeing the team for launch, and Flight Director Judd Freeling will be on console tomorrow for docking. That's it from here in Mission Control Houston. I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And if you just joined us, T-minus 17 minutes and counting from the 7th astronaut rotation
Estamos aí
mission to
então
the
com
International Space
17
Station of NASA's
minutos e
Commercial Crew
30
Program.
segundos e contando.
Commander Jasmin
Faltando
Moghbeli,
então aí
pilot Andreas
pouco para o
Mogensen,
lançamento.
Andy Mogensen, and mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa and Konstantin Borisov are strapped into their seats inside the Dragon Endurance.
E tá chegando,
Falcon
a
9
hora.
rocket fueling. That operation is well underway. Launch escape system is armed. Of course, that means Dragon is prepared
Está
to
chegando
launch
a hora,
itself.
meus irmãos.
Stand by for an update on the sensor. Teams are still discussing and looking for our path forward.
As you just heard there, SpaceX is
SpaceX, Dragon copy.
looking at a sensor issue.
Menos de 17 minutos para o lançamento, 16 minutos e 30
So
segundos.
trying to determine if the sensor is giving good data, good reading, or if
Startup stage 2, lock floating.
Nesse momento, então, o estágio 2 está iniciando o
if they're looking at
abastecimento
something else. Of course, we'll
do oxigênio
keep
líquido.
close tabs on that. In the meantime, propellant load continues.
I think sometimes you have hits on sensors for other reasons. We want to make sure that we are getting an accurate reading of what's happening with the system they're looking at. Probably trying to decide if it's
16
a
minutos.
real signal or if it's a hit from some other reason.
There's a lot of redundancy in the systems, as you mentioned, and those sensors have to make sure that the engineers understand exactly what they're looking at. So we'll, again, keep tabs. In the meantime, here's a little bit about CREW-7. Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli, a military helicopter test pilot. There she is. She hails from Long Island, New York. She's a mother to 2 twin girls, and she is the mission commander. This is pilot Andy Mogensen's second trip to space station. His first was as the flight engineer for the ESA IRIS mission in 2015. Mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa's interest in space began when he was 5 years old and he saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. And mission specialist Konstantin Borisov was selected to be a cosmonaut in
15 minutos
2018,
para o lançamento,
and
hein,
this
pessoal?
will
Estamos
be
aí
his
acompanhando
first trip to
ao
space.
vivo. Para todo mundo. Aí a missão então da CREW-7. Lançamento então previsto para acontecer às 4h27 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. Então aí está o público, arquibancada lotada, lá no Centro Espacial da
I should call kids, they're students,
Kennedy.
right? College students. They're part of the first nation's launch, and they're giving us a big wave from the Banana Creek viewing location. They're from the University of Washington, University of Colorado, and Queens
Então aí
University.
a arquibancada cheia aí para
NASA's first
acompanhar
nation's
este
launch, the
lançamento
Artemis Student Challenge, where they design, build,
lá
and
na
launch their own
Flórida,
high-powered
nos
rockets.
Estados Unidos.
And those students that you saw there in the stands, they were the
Faltando
grand
aí
prize
14
winners.
minutos para o lançamento.
Welcome and enjoy the launch. T-minus 14 minutes and counting. Awaiting CREW-7 are
No horário de Brasília, então agora são 4 horas
International Space Station.
e 14
I caught up with
minutos.
3 of them as they were zipping around the Earth.
Hey, Daryl, good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Frank, Stephen, and Woody. Okay, minutes away from liftoff. You're inside the spacecraft. What's it like?
The rocket is a living, breathing machine. We fuel the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad while the crew is on board. I expected that my heart would be racing, but actually it was just so much like training that I felt quite calm.
Well, I'm sure calm will give way to excitement, right? When CREW-7 comes aboard. What do you think that'll be like?
More than anything, it's your friends coming up to station, right? And so you get to hug and greet your friends that you haven't seen for several months. And it's always just a really fun reunion.
You know, they're coming on board. They're going to live on board. It's really exciting to greet them as new friends and crewmates.
Well, those new friends and crewmates,
13 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos ao vivo, então, com a transmissão da missão da CREW-7.
Catches all of it and keeps us honest and keeps us out of trouble.
Estamos então aguardando aí a parte então do término do abastecimento do veículo, lembrando que o veículo então está sendo abastecido agora, né? Então o propelente já foi concluído lá no estágio 2 e nesse momento então estamos vendo o abastecimento do oxigênio líquido tanto no estágio 1 quanto no estágio 2. E aí estamos novamente aí com imagens ao vivo aí da Dragon SpaceX. Faltando ainda 12 minutos, então nós temos aí a tripulação da CREW-7, mais uma vez aí na tela para vocês. Essa do meio, a Jasmin, é a nossa comandante. A da ponta esquerda aqui é do nosso piloto, né, da Dinamarca. Temos os especialistas da missão do Japão e da Rússia.
Okay, so as you heard, they're
SpaceX Dragon copies continue with the count while the tubes are tested.
Still working the sensor, but at the same time continuing to load the propellants on board Falcon.
Parece que estamos aí tendo um problema com o sensor aí de abastecimento do propelente. Mas até o momento não está afetando aí o veículo, né? A contagem.
You've got the launch team. They're taking a look at a sensor and some of the readings there.
11, 10 minutos.
Proceeding forward, and they're communicating with the astronauts inside. And so as we get down to these final minutes, any thoughts?
This is an exciting time for the crew. You know, they're probably running through some checklists of their
Estamos
own
indo
right
bem
now.
até o momento, estamos a 10 minutos e 30 segundos do lançamento.
Same things that they've done in their simulations so many times before, but I bet it's getting pretty real right now, and hearing those calls about the sensor probably raises a few questions as well, but I know the ground will keep them performed as we go. 10 minutes, it's getting very close.
Indeed it is. And tracking everything are Leah and Ronnie at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Will take us through the rest of the count.
Estamos a menos de 10 minutos para o lançamento.
Countdown event will be at the T-minus 10-minute mark, so coming up here, when the Falcon 9 launch commit.
Estamos então na fase terminal,
Have the Dragon astronauts are
contagem
standing by
regressiva.
for display configuration, which will let them know that we are even closer to liftoff. The launch commit criteria that we're waiting to hear that call out for are specific thresholds and pieces of information about the entire Falcon 9 system needed to make sure that the rocket is healthy. Of course, we do have many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight.
Está chegando a hora, meus irmãos. Está chegando a hora.
Coming up on 9 minutes until liftoff today, which is also about the same amount of time it takes to get to orbit. A 9-minute
9
ride.
minutos para o
That's about the
lançamento.
time we'll see second stage cutoff. A few minutes after that,
Estamos
is when
então
we'll see
acompanhando a
Crew
missão ao
Dragon
vivo então da
separate from the second
CREW-7.
stage.
Faltando aí menos de 8 minutos e 50 segundos para o lançamento. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento está previsto para as 4h27 da manhã. E no horário de Brasília, lá na plataforma 39A, Centro Espacial Internacional. E esta missão então vai seguir rumo aí à Estação Espacial Internacional, onde a nova tripulação então ficará 6 meses a bordo. E se tudo der certo hoje com o lançamento, nós vamos acompanhar a partir do dia 27, a partir então das 7h55 da manhã do dia 27 de agosto, aí a parte então da aproximação e acoplagem da cápsula Dragon à Estação Espacial Internacional. Então tá, portanto, aí a tripulação a bordo aí da Dragon, Spacex. Faltando então aí 7 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Lembrando também que o primeiro estágio então do Falcon 9 vai fazer o pouso na zona de pouso número 1.
One of the next callouts that we're listening for is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started. Right now, the propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open up the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling the engines for the start sequence. We do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really cold, and we use that small amount of LOX to basically prepare the engine hardware. There's the call out for engine chill. So now we're basically preparing that engine hardware to flow all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. Next up, we should hear the call out for Stage 1 RP1 load completion.
Lembrando que ainda hoje, né, nas 22 horas, vamos ter então às 22 horas vamos ter então a missão Starlink, hein? Ainda hoje.
All right, we heard their crew displays. Those 3 screens from which they can monitor the mission are configured for launch.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
Então, o estágio 1 está com abastecimento do propelente concluído.
In confirmation that RP1, the densified kerosene or the rocket fuel that propels the crew into orbit, loading is complete on the first stage. We did hear the second stage was completed a short time ago as well.
Então, a parte do abastecimento então, do propelente já está concluído tanto para o estágio 2 quanto para o estágio 1 do Falcon 9.
Coming up, we will hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition to internal power at about 5 minutes until launch. Then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize.
Está chegando a hora, meus amigos.
Faltando
então 5 minutos e 20 segundos para o lançamento.
Just a couple of degrees at first, and then we'll see it swing open completely at the moment of liftoff. That strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for the prop load.
Pelo horário de Brasília, agora são 4 horas e 22 minutos. Você está acompanhando aqui no nosso canal Grupo TV, a missão CREW-7. Quem chegou agora no canal, que ainda não é inscrito, né? Deixe aí a sua inscrição e deixe o like também aí na transmissão.
Falcon tanks are pressurizing for strong back recheck.
Então, nesse momento, o suporte de apoio do Falcon 9 vai então ser recuado neste momento, né? Estamos aguardando. 4 minutos e 39 segundos para o lançamento. Então, nesse momento, o suporte do Falcon 9 está começando então a fazer o seu recuo. Estamos aí vendo a abertura então do suporte de apoio.
The strongback is part of the transporter erector, which was used not only to roll Falcon 9 out to the launch pad, but also to raise it into its vertical position. It will retract just about 2 degrees first after those clamp arms open up around the base of Dragon's trunk, and then just before liftoff, we'll actually go all the way back
4 minutos para o lançamento, então nesse momento estamos vendo a abertura então do suporte de apoio do Falcon 9 e o seu recuo né? Lembrando que o recuo dele então vai ficar 30 graus em relação ao veículo.
Now under 4 minutes until launch. Next up, we're looking for the first stage liquid oxygen loading to finish at T-minus 3 minutes. You're starting to see some white clouds on your screen. That is vapor. It's normal. We'll continue to see that build up as we get closer to launch. Obviously, this liquid oxygen that we're loading is super chilled, so a little bit of that will boil off in the hot Florida air.
Quatro horas e 24 minutos no horário de Brasília, faltando então 3 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí ao vivo acompanhando estágio, então estamos aí com o abastecimento concluído aí do oxigênio líquido.
CREW-7 there inside of the Dragon spacecraft, awaiting liftoff just under 3 minutes from now.
2 minutos e 50 segundos. Estamos então aí nos momentos finais aí para o lançamento. Momentos aí então de tensão para o lançamento. Estamos acompanhando então a missão CREW-7. Faltando então 2 minutos e 20 segundos.
Additionally, shortly after that, we'll hear gas closeout begin, isolating the feed lines from the different gas systems for the Falcon 9 rocket. Those will get vented overboard through the umbilicals and the strong vac itself.
Pelo horário de Brasília, 4 horas e 25 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando a missão CREW-7, faltando menos de 2 minutos para o lançamento. 1 minuto e 50 segundos. Estágio 2 com abastecimento concluído, então neste momento o Falcon 9 está em 100% abastecido. Momento então de alegria e felicidade aí dentro da cápsula Dragon. Falcon 9 100% abastecido. Menos de 1 minuto e 20 segundos.
Will be in auto idle. This puts the rocket in a state the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure the transition to final countdown is smooth. Coming up at T-minus 1 minute, we'll
Estamos no minuto final.
Its computer will switch to countdown mode. We'll also hear that the flight
Minuto final neste momento.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Falcon 9 em startup. Estamos no modo automático de lançamento. 50 segundos.
Dragon's flight computer in countdown and configured for launch, and the flight termination system now armed less than a minute until liftoff today.
40 segundos. Dragon liberado para o lançamento. 30 segundos. 20 segundos. 15 segundos. E 10.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignição. E lançou às 4 horas e 27 minutos no horário de Brasília. Lançou a CREW-7. Go Dragon, go SpaceX.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Good calls from the propulsion officers here. Propulsion's nominal. 1.7 million pounds of thrust on Falcon 9, taking CREW-7 to the International Space Station, now traveling almost 300 miles per hour.
Nominal power and telemetry.
We are just about T plus 45 seconds into the 7th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and right now
e já estamos aí com 1 minuto de missão já concluídas nesse momento. Então a Dragon, estamos em Max Kill. Estamos em max kill.
There's the call out that CREW-7 is now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Veículo supersônico neste momento.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Até o momento tudo ok aí com o nosso veículo, pilotagem calma.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Heard that call from Jasmin on CREW-7, as well as confirmation from the ground. The call out for 1 Bravo means
Estamos
we are in
indo
the
bem aí
second
até o momento aí
and
com a
final abort mode
nova
for the
tripulação aí
first
da
stage.
CREW-7.
Good performance. We've got engine chill.
Dentro de instantes, então, teremos aí o mico, que é o desligamento do primeiro estágio, separação e ignição do estágio 2.
Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite. We are now coming up on 2 minutes into the flight, the spacecraft traveling over 2,000 miles per hour.
Really incredible nighttime views of Falcon 9 and CREW-7 on your screen right now.
Incrível aí as imagens que estamos vendo aí do lançamento de hoje.
Stage 1 throttle
Those are
down.
going to be MECO. So main engine cutoff now that we're throttling down stage 1, followed by stage separation and second stage ignition.
Main engine cut off.
Desligamento do primeiro estágio
Stage separation confirmed.
e separação do estágio 1 com o estágio 2
MVAC ignition.
e ignição do estágio 2.
So there you heard and saw MECO, stage sep, and hopefully you heard Jasmin call out for the 2 alpha abort mode just before second stage ignition.
And of course, this is the second stage, powering Dragon on its flight, now traveling almost 4,000 miles per hour. Over 3 minutes since launch, the second stage will continue to power the spacecraft. And our first look at the crew inside.
E aí já temos imagens a bordo aí da tripulação da CREW-7.
Engine that comes shortly before 9 minutes into the flight, so we've still got some time on this engine.
Já estamos a 130
So
km
right now, while
de
CREW-7
altitude.
makes its way to orbit, our first stage booster is making its way back to land. So you may hear the call-outs here on the net
Né?
shortly.
O
But we are in the
lançamento
middle
então
of our
foi
boost
realizado
back
com
burn.
sucesso. No horário previsto, às 4h27
Right now, stage 1 is
da
closing.
manhã.
Spacex, trajectory nominal.
Até o momento, então, tudo
Good
ok aí
call-outs
com
there that Dragon is on the right
o
track.
veículo.
And confirmation from Commander Jasmin Moghbeli.
Continuing to see good performance on this lone Merlin vacuum engine on the stage. Also, as we've heard, nominal trajectory, that's the guidance, navigation and
Já
control
estamos aí com
officer
4
here
minutos e
at
20
SpaceX
segundos de
stating
missão
that we are on
concluída.
the correct path. Dragon's pointed in the right direction. The second stage continues firing until, like we mentioned, second stage engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and
Então,
50
né,
seconds
já vão
into
se
the flight.
preparando aí no
Right
domingo,
now, we
dia
are 4 minutes and
27,
30 seconds since our on-time
a partir das
liftoff, now traveling at
7h55
5,000
da
miles
manhã,
per hour.
para a gente acompanhar então a chegada
This
da
single Merlin
Dragon
vacuum engine can provide over
SpaceX aí na Estação Espacial
227,000 pounds of
Internacional.
thrust in the vacuum of space, doing its job to take our crew to the International Space Station today.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Até o momento então tudo ok, pilotagem
More good news
calma.
from Mission Control.
5 minutos já de missão concluídas.
So with that Bermuda call out, we actually know that the ground station transmitting this flight data back to us is coming from Bermuda.
The crew is currently pulling a little more than 1G as the second stage engine continues to propel their flight. Continuing to hear good calls to the crew, now 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight, traveling at 6,400 miles per hour. Again, we will continue to see the second stage fire for about 3 more minutes. Shortly after second stage engine cutoff, we will see it separate from Dragon, which will continue its journey.
Até o momento então tudo ok com o veículo, com a pilotagem do veículo. 6 minutos já de missão concluídas.
Now, at this point in the flight, we are just
Já
about
devemos ir
15
até mais ou
seconds
menos
away from
aproximadamente
stage 1
15
entry burn
minutos
start.
de missão.
At this point, the center engine on Falcon 9 will be lit for just about 10 seconds to help
E aí
us
já
slow the
estamos
vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's
vendo
atmosphere.
as imagens então do estágio
That's
1.
not the only thing helping us on re-entry, though. The first stage sees high drag on re-entry,
Reentrada do
which
primeiro
drops roughly
estágio.
70% of the velocity by the time the landing burn begins, which you just had great views of on the left-hand side of your screen. Florida Space Coast beginning to come into
Lembrando que
view
o
in the
pouso do
background.
primeiro estágio então vai ser realizado na zona de pouso número
All while
1.
CREW-7, of course, on the right-hand side of your screen, lit up by that MVAC
Já temos aí a
engine,
reentrada
continues on its way to
concluída.
orbit.
And we are now coming up on continuing to get good calls as we reach almost 7 minutes into the flight.
Estamos então acompanhando aí a reentrada do pouso do primeiro
We
estágio.
still have about 1 minute, 45 seconds left with the second stage propelling the crew.
And of course, we are also expecting that landing burn start from Falcon 9 any second now. Great views.
E pousou com sucesso o primeiro estágio do Dragon SpaceX às 4h35 da manhã pelo horário de Brasília. Após 7 minutos e 45 segundos de missão, tivemos o pouso realizado com sucesso.
Successfully landed back at landing zone 1 in Florida.
And stage 2 continues to propel Dragon and
O
our
estágio 2 aí
CREW-7 crew
continua a sua
members.
trajetória.
We now are coming up on SECO, second stage engine cutoff. Again, looking at that about 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
Dentro de instantes,
into
então,
the
teremos a
flight.
liberação
Everything
então da
continues
cápsula
as planned
Dragon.
today, now traveling over 13,000 miles per hour. Again, we're looking for eventually a good orbital insertion at which we'll be traveling. Good calls here at Mission Control in Hawthorne. And we are standing by for second stage engine cutoff.
Estamos aguardando então
Heard that call for
desligamento do
Shannon.
motor
That
aí
is
do
the call out for
estágio
Shannon,
2.
Ireland, the final abort zone.
Estamos já com 9 minutos de missão concluída.
MVAC shutdown.
E shutdown.
There's
Desligamento
audio
do primeiro
confirmation, and
estágio.
you can see on your screen that we have had successful second engine cutoff 1 of our MVAC engine.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Estamos em boa órbita.
And good news there that CREW-7
Nominal orbital insertion.
Estamos em boa órbita. Estamos em gravidade
Awesome to
zero.
hear.
Neste momento estamos em gravidade zero.
That's the first look at the crew, now in microgravity, confirmation of a good Earth orbit insertion. We are now coming up on 10 minutes into the flight. Of course, we saw second stage engine cutoff, and you're actually getting a look at their zero-G indicator there. We'll stand by for them to tell us a little bit more about that shortly, but we are also standing by for second stage separation from Dragon.
Acquisition of signal in Finland.
So as Leah mentioned, right now, Dragon and Stage 2 are still attached.
Olha o bichinho ali
Great
que eles
views of that
levaram.
zero-G indicator there. And what we're doing right now is basically letting any residual dynamics of the vehicle settle out prior to separation. We are expecting that separation event in probably about 90 seconds. Crew looks like they're having a great time up in space, too.
É uma preguiça aquele bichinho, né?
And as we stand by for that separation, shortly thereafter, we'll be looking for the nose cone to begin deploying. That command will be sent, and we'll see
E
it
agora
open
nós vamos
shortly
acompanhar também o
after.
momento da abertura do nariz da
We'll
Dragon.
need the nose cone to open to expose those forward bulkhead thrusters, as well as the docking mechanism with which they will use to link up with the
Então já
International
anotem aí na
Space
agenda de
Station.
vocês. Então no
After
dia
their ride, it's almost
27,
30 hours long.
no domingo, a partir das 7h55 da manhã, nós vamos então acompanhar toda a parte da aproximação e acoplagem da Dragon
Again, we had liftoff
SpaceX.
right on time today at 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Nós tivemos aí o lançamento realizado com sucesso às 4h27 da manhã, no horário de Brasília.
Confirmation of good orbital insertion, and we are standing by for second stage separation from Dragon.
Estamos aguardando então a liberação então da cápsula Dragon do segundo estágio.
Great views of mission control here in Hawthorne, California.
Aí o pessoal tudo parou para assistir o lançamento.
And the SpaceX team standing in the background, standing by for Dragon separation.
Estamos aguardando então a separação da Dragon, o estágio 2. Estamos já com 12 minutos de
telemetry readouts from
missão.
Dragon and Stage 2 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Parece que temos a separação confirmada com sucesso.
CREW-7, on behalf of the Falcon team, I'd like to welcome you to orbit.
E aí, portanto, separação visual aí da Dragon. Confirmação então da separação da Dragon no estágio 2. Às 4h40 da manhã, no horário de Brasília.
This is Launch Director here on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'm honored to welcome Dragon's first ever all-international crew to orbit. Счастливого пути, Gotor, Iterashai. Godspeed, CREW-7. Cheers.
SpaceX, thanks for the ride. It was awesome. On behalf of Andy, Satoshi, Toshi, and I, we'd like to thank the multitude of people who've led us to this unique moment. We may have 4 crew members on board from 4 different nations, Denmark, Japan, Russia, and the USA, but we're a united team with a common mission. We hope the work we do serves to benefit our beautiful home planet and those on it. As you said, human spaceflight requires an unparalleled level of vigilance and rigor, and we thank all those who prepared not only us, but also this truly impressive spacecraft for flight. Finally, to our families, carry the greater burden of our choice to explore. Thank you. Go CREW-7. Awesome ride.
Really incredibly moving words from Commander Jasmin Moghbeli now that she and her international team are up in space. That is going to end our coverage from Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage, like Leah mentioned, just about 30 hours from now. But for now, I'm going to hand it back over to Daryl and Jessica at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up our launch coverage tonight.
All right, thank you very much and great job. And Jessica, what a
Estamos de volta então aí
It
a
was spectacular. Like we said, those night launches
Centro-
are
Centro
something
Espacial
to see.
Kennedy ao
You see
vivo.
all those bright lights. You see those
É,
little
conseguimos
nitrogen
então mais
pulses
uma
when
vez
that
aí
first stage is coming back down. Spectacular.
lançamento então realizado com sucesso então para a missão
And then, of
CREW-7.
course, the booster came back and landed, and that was some extra pop.
Pretty impressive all around. Sights, sounds, and even those feelings.
That's new, of course, to crew, to NASA crew, is bringing the booster back. NASA decided they have a lot of prop margin, propellant that is, and so they burn the first stage a little less and the second stage a little more. It allows them to bring the first stage back and back to land, which is good to see. And so you saw the zero-G indicator floating around. Tell us what it was.
I did. Well, that, Daryl, was a 3-toed sloth.
three-toed?
Important distinction, not a 2-toed sloth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so apparently this is one of
Estamos agora
Andy's
só
kids' favorite animals.
guardando,
And
né,
as a
o momento
family,
então da
they were
abertura
even fortunate enough to see
do
one in
nariz
the
da
wild in
Dragon.
Costa Rica last Christmas when they were on vacation. So it was all kind of fate leading up to this, I
How
think.
about that? This is Andy Mogensen.
Andy Mogensen, the pilot. That's correct. That's right. And I guess his family calls him the slowest person in the world. So another reason why this 3-toed sloth had such meaning for all of them.
Well, that actual sloth in the capsule looked like it was moving slow as well, but he's got an excuse.
You know, we have a saying in space, and it's often true.
Yeah.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And when you rush too much, especially in space, doing a spacewalk or anything that you're doing, you get in trouble. So slow is smooth, and smooth is fast.
Wise words from our veteran space flyer, Jessica Meir, sorry. It's early. Hey, we got some social questions. Let's take a few. You do mind?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's look on our screen here, and here we've got one that says, come Sunday morning. Beautiful shot right there, though, of the spacecraft looking out the back. Boy, that is high-resolution image. Come Sunday morning, Earth Eastern Time, what are the first few tasks the crew
Portanto,
will do,
estamos aí continuando
and how
acompanhando
will
aí
they
a missão da
best
CREW-7, né?
activate
Portanto, agora
and get dialed into their
só a
mission?
parte então do momento
When we wake up in
da
the morning
abertura
on
do
the
nariz
space
da
station, we open up our
Dragon.
computer and we have a plan that lays out our entire schedule for the day, whether it's scientific experiments, hardware maintenance, whatever it is
Nesse
that you
momento,
need
então,
to
no
get
horário
done.
de Brasília,
I
4
know
horas e
this crew will be doing
44
one of the
minutos.
first things they do, of course, is a safety briefing.
O lançamento então foi realizado com sucesso às 4 horas e 27 minutos.
On the space station where maybe they needed an emergency breathing mask or a fire extinguisher, anything like that. Safety first at NASA, and that's the first thing that we do when you arrive on board the space station as well. The veteran crew that is up there will take them through that, show them where everything is, talk through some of the main messages, and then they'll have a longer session usually the next day or later that week. They'll get into their crew quarters. Usually your crewmates will do a favor for you and unpack some of your things so you don't have to do all that when you get there. You arrive to your crew quarters and already have some of the things that you need out, maybe even some pictures from home. When I arrived, my crewmates had really taken great care of me. They had decorated my crew quarters. I had pictures of my friends and family. Everything was all laid out, and that really made it a nice, smooth transition, because those first few moments in space, especially when you've never been there before as a rookie, you're not quite that graceful yet. You know, you don't have your space wings quite yet, and you're getting used to just moving around and being in that three-dimensional microgravity environment.
And so you're talking about, you know, getting used to the environment up there, and having a little something from home is important too. You took up a flight kit. These astronauts all have a flight kit. You, in fact, brought a few things that you took up into space. What were a couple of the more meaningful ones that you took?
I did. You know, we often pictures of family and friends, like we've talked about before, or things that represent places we've been and worked. I brought up a picture of my wedding photo of my parents. Unfortunately, my father had passed away before I went to space, so I wanted to have a piece of him up there with me. I brought up some things to represent other things along the way. My home state of Maine. I had a university flag with me from my undergraduate university.
Yeah.
Sometimes we bring up presents for each other because we're up there for birthdays or
E aí,
holidays.
portanto, temos a
Drew
abertura
Morgan,
do
my crewmate,
nariz
brought
da
us
Dragon.
these harmonicas.
Agora às
Nice
4h45.
Briefly, let's look at the
Às
screen here. We can see
4h46,
that,
aí
the
temos
nose
a abertura do nariz da Dragon.
cone, is deploying, and we have confirmation of it deploying.
Abertura então do nariz agora da Dragon SpaceX.
Beautiful shot there. Of course, the nose cone has to deploy in order for Dragon to connect up to the International Space Station. And once this clears out of the way, it is quite a view. Depending on where Earth is in relation. Okay, looks like we're pointed mostly in space, which makes sense. Sometimes you get an Earth view.
There's a lot of space in space.
There certainly is indeed. And then what else?
E aí, portanto, temos a abertura confirmada então do nariz da Dragon SpaceX.
Was my panda. This is Pandemonium. I've had him since I was 5 years old.
Pandemonium.
So he made his way to space with me as well, and we saw a lot of stuffed animals floating with these zero-G indicators. We saw that three-toed sloth, but Pandemonium was up there floating in all of his glory as well. And, you know, these are all just things that remind us of home and really help us share the mission with everybody.
Então é isso, né, pessoal? Então, quero já aqui agradecer então pela sua audiência, pela sua paciência, né? Nesse tempo aqui de transmissão, a gente mais de 4 horas de transmissão aqui ao vivo, né, para vocês, trazendo aí o melhor aí desta cobertura especial aí, né? Quero agradecer a todos pelos likes, pelas inscrições, donates. Então, aí nos vemos ainda hoje, a partir das 22 horas, a missão Starlink, e também aí no dia 27, então, a partir das 7h55 da manhã, vamos acompanhar então a chegada da Dragon no domingo, aí na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, mais uma vez, então, agradecendo vocês aí pela audiência, pela paciência. E por hoje é só. Todos um ótimo dia. Estamos então aqui encerrando aqui a nossa transmissão de hoje.
Thanks, Jasmine. It's great to be here this morning.
We are glad to have you here. So, how does the Commercial Crew Program better enable NASA's human?
Para mais, siga a gente nas nossas redes sociais. Os links estão na descrição do vídeo. E daqui a pouco, então, teremos aí o vídeo dos melhores momentos, então, desta missão de hoje. Fiquem ligados.
Quickly transported from our labs here at KSC to the vehicle on the launch pad. So this enables us a late